All right, hello, and welcome to Sanctums and Spies. This is session one with our new group of adventures here today. We are down one player in the group, but we're gonna move ahead here with getting started and exploring the Kryn Dynasty and everything that has in store. Just to get a little bit of housekeeping out of the way, we do use filmmusic.io, music from filmmusic.io on this stream. If you check the panels down at the bottom, there is information on each of the songs, where you can download them, where you can get licensing information, all that good stuff. It's great music. Definitely check it out. Filmmusic.io for the films here. This is session one for Sanctums and Spies. So, gonna open it up to an inaugural lore factor or lore drop for each of the characters if they would like it. Give the players today. Any viewers who are here might not know who the characters are yet. We haven't done any introductions or anything. But if you want to start by giving a lore fact about your character, you can start the session with inspiration.
I'll go first. I'm Katie. I'll be playing Acacia. She is a cleric, originally from Taldore, who is on a sort of peacekeeping mission in Xhorhas. So where that kind of plays out, or how that plays out, we have yet to see.
Inspiration for you. Welcome to the game, Katie. Anybody else?
I can go. Hi, everyone. I'm Gabby, and I'll be playing Urai of the Water Ashari. And a fun lore fact about my character is that she's kind of hunting for like the best tea in the world. It's like her favorite thing in the entire world, and she just like wants to have really good tea, just to have it and be fancy about it.
Very nice. Tea Fiend. Got it. All right. Inspiration for you. And welcome to the game, Gabby. I think that leaves one if you want to do it.
I will do it. I don't know how much lore to drop here, but Winnie is a bugbear from the farming community of in the Cretes, a farming community that is in the southwest of Asarius. She grew up with a mother and a stepfather and 6 siblings, a real Brady bunch. She is a artificer wizard, very unassuming, and is on a path of exploration of wizardry.
Awesome. Inspiration for you to start, and welcome to the game, Lisa. All right, I think with that, we're going to dive right in here to the beginning and hop into session one. So here we go. The year is 841 post-Divergence. The Kryn dynasty, led by the bright queen Leylas Kryn, has seen peace for the last 5 years since a tenuous truce with the Dwendalian Empire, ending the War of Ash and Light. Now that the dynasty was not at war, many turned their eyes to new ventures, expanding trade and growing the number of those who swear allegiance to the dynasty. After all, the wastes of Xhorhas are more dangerous enough with others. Those who go it alone rarely end their journey and end up as more bones that cover the land. This ever-present danger is always at the edge of Asarius, known as the City of Beasts among the dynasty. But nowhere else represents the patchwork groups that fight these dangers off together like Asarius does. Watched over by Lady Zethris Oleos, Asarius has spent the past 5 years shifting from primarily raising and training beasts of war to raising and domesticating animals for food and trade. Although the most valuable contracts are still providing war beasts for the Aurora Watch, who use them for scouting and keeping the peace in the cities across Xhorhas, rather than mobilizing them for war. Den Oleos keeps a watchful eye on Asarius and makes sure that all who arrive for protection from the waste receives it, so long as they follow the laws the dynasty sets forth. However, rumors persist that there are many issues that Lady Zethris will not address for fear of rocking the boat amongst the dens. Chief among those rumors is the disparity from those who live in the center of Asarius compared to the many who live in its poorer neighborhoods. For some, it is a way of life they have always been used to, but others see exploitation and corruption beginning to weave its way into those who rule Asarius. Despite these rumors, favor for Den Oleos stays positive for the majority. It would be hard not to be grateful for the refuge that waits behind the purple wooden walls made from vermalock wood, compared to the desolation that waits outside of it. It is someone from Den Oleos who has brought the three of you together today, with each of you having been specifically requested for a meeting on the steps of the Aurora Hold. As each of you arrive, you see the hold, in and of itself an impressive sight. Made of gray stone with dark-tinted windows on a 3-story spire, creating an odd sight that contrasts most of Asarius in its rough-and-tumble nature. Although it looks somewhat elven, it resembles a cathedral, with an incline on the edges that ends in a partial roof, with the main spire 3 stories tall, and able to be seen across most of Asarius. Excuse me. The ridged edges are pagoda-like in appearance, and end in tusk or horn-like shapes in the corners, one of the few features that seems to fit in with the rest of the City of Beasts. As you arrive, you notice each other waiting on the steps, and assume that you must be waiting for the same meeting to take place. You all see each other. Let's start. We'll go in the order here that you dropped your lore facts. Why don't you each give a description of your character, a physical description, and what the other characters would see?
So, Acacia is a female human. Stands just about 6 feet tall, wearing this sort of very bright white and gold armor. On her back is a relatively large shield, almost seemingly too big for her frame, like something that it would stand out, that it just the sheer size of it. And around her neck is a rather larger, more well embellished amulet. I guess anybody who would be familiar would recognize it as a symbol of the Everlight. She is this sort of longer, fire red hair and incredibly fair, pale skin. And as soon as you get a lock onto her eyes, she's just like piercing green grass-colored eyes. And at her side is a flanged mace that it very much appears that it has not seen a lick of battle. Like it looks like it almost came off the shelf yesterday.
Okay.
So Uday is about the same size as Acacia, around 6 feet. She is half elf. So she looks a little bit darker than most half elves do, just because of her life outside. She has long purple hair with lavender kind of sun bleach streaks on it, braided kind of back. She looks a little off-put by being in a large city. She's really not used to it, and you can very much tell from her. Her clothes look to be not dirty, but just like older and like sun bleached, that she's used to spending a lot of time outside. She's around her waist is tied up an amulet of the Moonweaver, as well as a highly decorated shield that has the symbol of the Ashari on it. She is really interested in everything around her, and is really very much not paying attention to anyone else. She's very squirrely, so she's gonna
Okay, got it.
All right. So you see before you a bugbear, who is a little on the small side for a bugbear. So that's what, 6.5 feet. But looks a little bit scrawny for the bugbears you might see around town. And has some armor and a shield, but mostly you see, a big cloak and someone who is holding on to a book. As if for dear life, and is looking around very nervously, not super keen to have been summoned to the Aurora hold, and is a little nervous about that.
Okay. So the three of you waiting on the steps of the hold. Do you all kind of keep to yourselves and wait to see what happens, or does anybody strike up any conversation?
I'll go up to Winnie, not knowing this person ever, and be like, "Is it rude if I ask to pet you?"
Well, kind of.
Okay, that's fine. Sure. I'm gonna stand over there. Great talk.
Acacia immediately takes notice of the Moonweaver amulet, and steps up and just goes, "Oh, are you a holy person as well?"
I don't think I've ever been called that before, but sure. Let's go with holy.
Sorry, I don't know a lot about the Moonweaver's customs. I guess I'm trying to equate it to what I know. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And she immediately starts to cave in a little bit because she feels like she's kind of given off some sort of faux pas of the way that she addressed her.
So I'll just go, it's okay. It's not the Moonweaver. It's more where I'm from. I'm not used to other people that are not like me. So I'm not really sure what outsiders would call what I do. So if you say I'm a holy person, then I guess that's what I am.
That's fair. Trust me, I can assure you, I totally understand feeling kind of like an outsider. She kind of looks around and sort of plays Spot the Human. And is sort of that recognition of definitely kind of standing out like a sore thumb in this space.
Acacia, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Oh man, first roll of the campaign. Let's go.
Good.
That's an 8.
An 8. Oh man, you certainly don't see any other humans besides the two of you on the steps here. And throughout your time here in Asarius, there have been some sightings of humans. It's certainly you're not the only two, but it's definitely a wide variety of the types of humans you might see. You've heard that in the past there's been a lot of humans that might be described on the more feral side, but especially in the last 5 years, there has been quite a bit more influx of humans and those who might be seen as a little less rugged or a little less rough and tumble. And but yeah, currently in your game of Spot the Human, it's just the two of you.
So, do you guys have any idea why we're here? I know there's the meeting. I just didn't know if you guys had any other information of what it's about or how they even, got to us specifically. I mean, I know, like I said, like we stand out, but I don't know. I'm just nervous.
So would Winnie have an idea on that, being from Asarius?
Go ahead and roll a history check. And I would say, actually, go ahead and roll it with advantage for reasons that may become clear.
25.
25. So I would say that Winnie, especially being from the Cretes neighborhood, has noticed that the last few days there have been some odd goings on. Not exactly sure what is the cause of it, but almost some rumors about people going missing, some kind of some kind of hole opening up in an area of the Cretes neighborhood. There's starting now today specifically to be more rumors about it, and judging by the lack of response so far, you think this might have to do with that.
And so she's familiar that when things need special skill sets, people kind of get conscripted.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to be asked to help out. And I understand why they might draft me since I'm from here, but you all don't look like you live here.
No, not at all. I mean, I've been here for a couple months now, but I mean, not really anything like this. But I guess we'll see. Sort of like there's like the hopeful like elbows tucked, thumbs up, like. Eh.
At least you've been here for a couple months. I got here like yesterday.
Where are you from?
Really far away. Have you ever heard of the Osmond Sea?
I don't know if I have. I've never been too far from home.
I'm from really far away.
Wow. How long did it take you to get here?
Well, to this continent, like a month. And then from where I got dropped off, more like where I decided to just leave, to here, I think it took about 2 weeks. A week, 2 weeks. I'm really bad with time.
I mean,
Did you come through Rachana?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you come through the capital through Rachana?
No.
So, I mean, I'm a little familiar with the Osmond Sea. I'm from Taldore, specifically a city called Vasselheim. So I'm a little familiar with the Osmond Sea because, like, I know it's on the western side of Taldore. I just not the route that I took getting here. We'll say that.
Yeah, I was on my way to Taldore when I ended up here.
And you see Acacia sort of stop for a second and start to think about the globe and just the math of how that works.
It took the very long way.
I'm just like, I mean, yeah,
The Moonweaver had other plans for me, and I just followed her lead, and I ended up here, so clearly this is where I have to be.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like I said, the Everlight kind of brought me here, kind of. So I understand being, led by something a lot bigger than ourselves.
How did you end up here from Taldore?
She sort of lets out this really heavy sigh. Just
We don't have time for
it's kind of a long story. I'm sort of on a, I guess you could call it a pilgrimage. I'm trying to understand the Everlight and why me and the higher ups at the temple that I'm from wanted me to get a better understanding and get out of Vasselheim, so they thought maybe me being here to just, help with, I guess, managing the peace, because it's, I don't know, I mean, it's tumultuous to say it lightly, So I guess I'm just here waiting for a sign.
I kind of go up to you and sit next to you and just go, me too.
And with that, everybody hears the doors of the Aurora Hold opening. And you see a drow figure walking towards you. As he approaches, Winnie, you recognize him as Verlis Oleos, a male drow who is related to Zephrys Oleos. He's wearing a set of long, ornate purple robes that almost hide the leather armor that he's wearing beneath them. He's got silver white hair that's put up in a bun, currently reflecting a bit of the sunlight in its brilliance, and it stands as a contrast to his gray violet skin tone. He holds some papers in his hand at his side and has a look of intention on his face, as if he has matters to attend to that he believes might warrant more attention than the current task. Nonetheless, he walks out and addresses the three of you after he has kind of spotted you and walked over. Yes, Yes, thank you for responding to the call. I put out a notice to the Aurora Watch to gather some who seemed capable, so I hope that the three of you find it a compliment that they saw you and believe that you may be able to help.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Being helpful.
Well, we'll do our best. And Winnie puts her book away and is kind of shaking a little.
And he kind of gives a smile and says, "Yes, well, that's good to hear. I do apologize for the short notice, and although it seems odd to apologize for the weather, that it happens to be this bad, while we ask this of you." And you kind of turn and look as he says this, and it's been over the last 24 hours increasingly windy, which in the Wastes of Jorhaus often means sand and dust getting kicked up. And as you look over Asarius, you can see dust kind of being blown across, almost blocking your views of some of the houses and neighborhoods. As you walked here, kind of having to cover up, put a scarf over your face as it kind of, the sand pelts you as it gets blown by through the wind. As you kind of look out, you see coming closer towards the Aurora Hold the sight of two large flying creatures with an oddly shaped head. Not quite sure what they are, but you see that there are two humanoids that are flying on top of them. And they almost look like they're patrolling over the area, kind of keeping track of things, moving closer towards the hold, doing some sort of a route around while they are flying on these beasts. But Verlis, after kind of pondering for a moment, says, "Well, we weren't expecting this much wind and poor weather, and it has caused some issues in our preparations. We have a caravan of 3 Umavi that will be arriving in Asarius in a week, and every hand is needed to make sure that the proper accommodations are being made. Among the Umavi is Sky Sybil Miram, and we want to make sure that she is very happy with what she sees here in the City of Beasts. We've got some odd reports from out in the Cretes. There are claims of odd monstrosities coming up from the ground and snatching people away. We've always had some level of that here in Asarius, but this isn't... Or rather, this is more frequent than the typical stories of those getting drunk and walking around the city, seeing the many beasts that are already here, thinking they're something that they're not. Especially with the Sky Sibyl's arrival, we want to make sure that those in the Crete's neighborhood are having their concerns heard. So we'd like to offer to pay you to be official representatives of Denolios and investigate the issue. We fully expect there to be no issues here that would warrant further attention, but we'd like to have the Crete neighborhood feel that their requests are being seen. If all goes well, there may be the possibility of opening this up as a more permanent position, especially given how strained the Aurora Watch has been lately. But we shall see how this first goes. Should you decide to take up this task, you will each be offered 20 gold pieces, and will be indebted by Den Oleos. The goblins in Crete often like to give small trinkets in gift to those they find favorable. Those are yours to keep if they choose to give you those as you travel throughout the neighborhood.
Yeah, we can. So, we're going to investigate the hole? Or what's coming out of it?
Again, just rumors that we've heard, just reports. As I said, I don't actually believe there's anything of note here. Perhaps a few tainted batches of the swill that they drink down there. But if there is something, then we ask that you report it back to us so that we may make a decision on what is to be done about it.
So, this is only a scouting mission, correct? Or no?
He kind of has a kind of questioning look on his face and kind of pondering a little bit. And I don't want to be insulting, but if I'm being honest, the purpose of this mission is to ease the minds of those who are making these reports. If there is something that is worthy of being reported, then yes, we would like that information. But a investigation, as it were, even of some who are, and he looks to Acacia and Uria, and even those who are not from here, might help calm down some of those who are worried about what is happening.
We'll definitely see what we can find out. Sort of stands up and does sort of like a big stretch and looks over the other two. She's like, well, this doesn't seem like the dust storm's going anywhere. If anything, it's getting worse, so we'll just get ahead of it.
And he looks to Winnie and says, I believe that I heard that that the bugbear here is from the Crete's neighborhood. If so, can you act as a guide in this matter? Or do you need to have somebody escort you in that direction?
Oh, well, does Winnie know the Cretes growing up there?
Oh, totally. Yeah, it's like the back of your hand.
Okay, yeah. Of course I can. She would not have let him know where she was from, but...
Okay.
I don't know, but yeah, of course I can. Okay. I guess being a bugbear, that's a good assumption.
All right. Well then, if there's anything that you need to help fulfill this request, then please let it be known. Otherwise, I've got many important matters to attend to before the arrival of the Umavis.
I thought we're just going to go calm some minds and hope that there's not actually anything to report.
Can I get some, like, a general sense of how important he actually thinks this is?
Go ahead and roll an insight check, yeah.
That's a 9.
9. Hard to tell. You're not too familiar with, how drow kind of present their facial expressions, and he definitely puts on a stoic face. I would say he does seem, even with that, he does seem a little bit, I don't want to say jittery, but kind of ready to move to the next thing. So even there, he isn't hiding it a ton. But even just from the words he said, you kind of get the vibe that, he'd certainly rather be doing something else.
All right.
And what does Winnie know about what he's talking about?
In terms of
Bird rumors? What's going on in the Creeks?
What's going on in the Creeks? Just the rumors that you had heard. That 25 was pretty good. So you've kind of already heard the things he's talking about, and in your mind, you're like, well, yeah, I've been hearing about that too. So you're already familiar with that, to the point where you could probably pinpoint pretty quickly where those reports were coming from, like down to like a specific part of the Creeks neighborhood. Yeah, that was a good start on that history check. So pretty good.
That's one thing she's good at.
All right, well, Winnie, if you want to lead the way.
Oh, yes, of course. Right this way. I know a shortcut. And you hear her mutter under her breath in sort of a different voice. Insufferable.
I kind of like stand up tall and try to embody all of the elven in me and kind of very regally try to like mock this man as I walk away.
Okay, got it.
Winnie gives you an appreciative wink.
Okay, as you all turn and walk away, Winnie, you know of a shortcut, as you said. So right now, you guys are kind of in the North Roads area of Asarius. So North Roads is the nicer part of town, where some of the drow have settled in. Some of the nicer shops or taverns might be in this area. It's also home to the industrial part of Asarius, where a lot of the business takes place as well, in the north center area. But you do know that if you kind of go on the pits, through the pits, which is on it kind of the way Asarius is shaped is usually kind of on the other side. But if you hang out on the edge of it, then you can take the pits around to get to that neighborhood in the Cretes, where some of these reports had been happening.
Sure, follow me. Be careful where you step.
I'm used to stepping on poop.
Acacia becomes like overly cautious with her stepping now. Like she's almost not even like looking up. She's like eyes to the ground.
And I would say what Acacia sees, in the North Roads, as you guys leave the Aurora Hole, the streets are fairly clean. There's a little bit of animal poop here and there. But you even see, as you pass kind of what looks like maybe was left from a moorbound or a horse, that there's a tendency there to clean it up right away. You see somebody coming to clean up some of the horse droppings that were left in the road. But after traveling maybe 15, 20 minutes, when you start to get closer to the pits, you start to smell it before you see it. It gets almost more humid in this area, and this mix of smells of manures of different kinds, of domesticated animals, of ones that are more wild that are being kept here. Those start to really assault the nostrils as you move into this neighborhood. And you do start to see almost right away, it's almost very distinct in like crossing from the North Roads area to the pits, that attendant style getting rid of the animal dung goes away. And you start to see every 20 feet, every 15 feet, all over, there's animal dung on the roads here. And the roads widen out, but there certainly is a level of, out of, well, not even out of sight, just really out of mind on some of this. But what's really wonderful is that despite the smell, you look around and see these beautiful colors in these animals right away. When you start to cross over, one of the things you see right away is adolescent purple worms. It's this pin that has this it's like wooden fencing, but you can tell that there's metal, like a metal mesh that has been made to go underneath the ground beneath the fences. And you see that there is a half-orc who is going in there and kind of feeding some of these purple adolescent worms. As you kind of move up there you start going down this street that descends a little bit, and as it descends you can see down into another kind of adjacent property that has an underground, not really like a cave, it looks like it's dug out, but you can see in it almost looks like beetle parts that have some glow to them. You see just out of sight the end of a giant centipede slithering away. You continue to move through this neighborhood and you see a lot of moorbounders. There's specifically here, once you hit the spot where there's just a couple of them, it seems that there are hundreds of them being raised and kept in this area. These large panther-like creatures with these reversed husks and fish-like eyes, that some are being ridden, some are young, kind of attached to either farming equipment, some are just left to roam in the pens, but you see that there are many of them being tended to here in the city. And as you guys go through the pits here, can somebody roll me a D8, please?
One.
A 1. Okay. Let me get my chart up here. So as you are traveling through this area where there's a lot of moorbounders being raised, you see that there are a group of 3 or 4 gnolls off to the side in one of the alleyways, and you can hear raised voices and kind of that very that very laughy type of language that comes from the gnolls. And right away you can tell that 3 of the gnolls seem to be ganging up on the other one that's smaller, probably about 1 to 2 feet smaller than the others, and they're pushing it around, and you see them push them to the ground out into the street as you all walk by, and they kind of, the 3 of them look to the 3 of them who were bullying this one on the ground look to the 3 of you and kind of give a menacing look, almost daring you all to say something to them about what they just did.
Hey!
Excuse me. I don't think that's kind of you. And I'm gonna go over and go try to help up the one that got pushed over.
Okay. You kind of hear one of them that's about maybe 6 inches to a foot taller than the rest, a lot bigger build, has a brown strip that goes over his head and down his back, steps up as you move towards and looks over at Uriah, who yelled hey, and then looks at you, Acacia, and steps in front of the one who got knocked over and just, you have no business here, foreigner.
Winnie will help. She'll step up, and she normally kind of slouches a little bit, but she'll square her shoulders and pull herself up to her full bugbear height, and say, "Now, boys, you run along before there's trouble."
No, I don't.
You know better than this.
I don't think there's
just full on momming them.
Any trouble, and I'm going to cast Calm Emotions.
Ooh, okay. Awesome. Okay. Let's see here.
It is a DC 14 Charisma save.
14. All right. So let's see here what all these other 3 models get. That is a 8, a 6, and a 10. So they are all going to fail. They just kind of, you see the one who stepped down in front. Also, Winnie, go ahead and roll me that mom intimidation check with advantage, since you went full mom on him too, and we've got calm emotions in play.
Oh yeah, and she's really good at that. 8 and 8.
Okay. So
she is a wizard.
Sure. The wizard kind of drops her shoulders a little bit. Do you stand up for this one?
I'll go up kind of in front of them and just be like, what the two nice ladies are trying to tell you is that you better mind your own business and leave people that are smaller than you alone. Because that shit's not cool, okay?
Well, this one owes us money.
How much how much?
3 silver.
Oh, for the love of God.
That's nothing, and I'm gonna pull a gold out and hand it over and just say, here for any trouble. We just, don't need to handle our problems that way, I guess. And as I hand it over, I'm gonna kind of step past around him to go help up the other knoll.
Okay. They quickly snatch it out of your hand, look to the others, and just kind of give a head nod. And the 3 menacing ones kind of head off into the alley as the smaller one who had been knocked over kind of wipes a little bit of blood off of their face and takes the help to get up and kind of looks at the 3 of you. Thank you. You all didn't have to do that.
There's enough violence in the world as it is. We try to make a difference where we can. And how beat up does he look?
Not terribly. There's a little bit of blood on the lip, some dirt on the fur, but you don't see any big wounds. There's no like stabs or anything like that. Just a little roughed up.
Why'd you owe the money?
I'm sorry that you gave it to them. I didn't owe them money.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just money. It's not a big deal.
I don't have any to give you back. I'm sorry.
No, it's just money. It's okay. It's totally okay. Just stay in the light as I sort of grab my holy symbol and look back to Winnie as sort of that sort of move to the next step. Like, we've done our part here.
Okay. Yep. And we're walking. And Winnie's like, and by the way, you might not want to flash your money or say things like it's only money around here.
I mean, it is that though. It's it comes and goes, and if it's there to help somebody and they need it more than I do, then it's okay.
It's true, but if people hear you say that, they might decide that they might want to make an involuntary wealth transfer.
Keisha sort of shrugs, and she's, I don't know, we'll hope that doesn't happen. I like to hope that there's some good in people. You just be the light you want to see in the world, I guess. Okay. Just this over optimistic.
Okay. But you might want to, tuck away your coin purse, and just for safekeeping. And when he hurries through, leads them to the creeks, which isn't any better, but at least he knows it better.
Yeah. And so while you all are traveling, you have kind of this focus on seeing these animals, especially you being so new to the city of beasts. you're seeing things and animals that are just kind of blowing your mind that you've never seen before. But one big thing that you notice, and Winnie, you've seen this lots of times when a sandstorm or dust is really being kicked up by the wind, is that as you kind of move through, you have to wait a little bit because there are two camels that, as you kind of look towards the front, you see that they've got long, big tusk-like teeth. They're saber-teethed camel. They're larger than what we would know camels as by about an extra third. But behind them, they are dragging this probably about 20-foot long leather mat that seems to have holes poked on it and is carrying large water skins that fit all the way across it. And it seems what they are doing is they're spreading water out on the streets so that the dust, as the wind comes, will be more likely to stay down and won't get kicked up. So you have to kind of take a minute and wait as you're behind those.
I would like to know, are they doing that over the poop?
They are, yeah. So what it does is it kind of like goes over it and kind of squishes it in and makes like a little layer, and you start to get to a point where it's like, you know, it's all just flat ground and it's dust and poop just kind of all mixed together. Welcome to the city of beasts.
Yeah. I'll just kind of look at Acacia and look at her feet and just be like, "You okay?"
What is the state of Acacia's boots with as carefully as she's been trying to step?
I would say just roll me a general dexterity check to see how successful you've been at that so far.
Well, this is not my strong point. That's a 4.
Oh man, there's so not just like the bottom of the boots, but like about an inch over the sides of them. It's kind of, you know, built up and pretty dirty. They'll be easy enough to clean, but
looks up. It's just like, we're doing okay. This sort of like shaken, like I said, it's that elbow in close to the face, thumbs up, just like.
Awesome. So after waiting for the saber-toothed camels to pass, you all three of you kind of look up for a second, and you see flying lower this time on their route or whatever path that they're flying, those two flying creatures again. Everybody go ahead and roll me a perception check now that they're a little bit closer to see if you can pick up some of the details.
It's an 11 for me.
11? Okay.
Oh,
okay.
That's a
16.
4.
Okay, 16 for there's some rough rolls to start this campaign off. Hopefully that's
not her strong suit. Not her
standard. Yeah, but still, with a 16, Winnie would see as they fly over that they have very canine-like faces. Winnie, roll me another history check too, as well.
Let's see. 13 and 6 is 19.
19, very good. So you would recognize these, having been here for a bit of time. You don't quite remember if it's been a few months or if it's been a full year, but you recognize these as simurgs. They are large winged creatures. Their wingspan is about 15 to 20 feet, and they have varying canine heads. Some have more fox-like, some more wolf-like, some more like dogs. But these two in particular have very wolf-like features. And you had heard around Asarius that Braduli Nadro, he's a half-orc who deals in exotic animals, very wealthy in town, that he was able to acquire these two simurgs from Marquette across the sea, and was able to bring them back to the dynasty, specifically here in Asarius, for Den Oleos to use in their administration here in the city.
Oh, I relay that to the rest of my party. Raduli Nadro, he is loaded, much more wealthy than anybody you'll meet here. Got these from Marquette. Aren't they amazing? Look at them. Have you ever been to Marquette or seen anything like that? I never have.
I've only read about Marquette or heard, stories. I've never actually seen one of these singer in person.
Yeah.
They're intimidating, but I don't know. Kind of incredible.
I kind of want one.
I think they would cost more than even you rich folks could afford, I'm betting.
You're right.
And with that, you guys continue through the pits and continue to see all manner of creatures, aurochs, axe-beak birds, large ostrich-like creatures that have a beak that creates this large axe-like shape on its face. As you move through, you see, getting closer to Cretes, you see a large kind of open-aired pen with some young horizonback turtles. And even though they're young, they stand just under the size of an elephant, and they're slowly kind of walking around their pen as their keepers tend to them, and they're coming out with some large bits of you see them kind of with a very large what looks to be maybe a piece of alligator or crocodile, throwing the meat up to the horizonback tortoise for it to eat. But after some time, you finally get through the pits and into the Cretes neighborhood. And when you do, there's a bit of a change here in how it feels. First off, there's less poop on the ground. So there's less poop on the ground. So it's a little bit cleaner in that sense. Some of that smell stops assaulting your nose as you walk through. But what is lost in the smells for manure and animal dung, you kind of regain these other really strong smells as you walk through here. Mostly the burning of wood and kind of smoky smells. You see campfires. You see mostly very small shacks, huts, tents. And it looks like people are very crammed in here. There's not properties. There's a tent here. There's not, a place outside for yards or pens. It's definitely, you can tell as you cross into the Cretes that it is not nearly as wealthy, even as the pits, especially not as North Roads. And you can see some of that really poverty in some of the people. Most goblins in this neighborhood, but you do see half orcs, full orcs, gnolls, and occasionally you'll see a drow here. But if you do, generally it's an Aurora watch, or they're here for a specific reason. But you all get to the Cretes, and Winnie starts to guide you to the spot where she had been hearing rumors. Before we get there, though, I need one more D8 roll for the group.
I'll take this one. It's a 7.
A 7. Okay.
You said that, and there's so much concern in your voice, and now there's so much concern in my brain.
Okay, so with a 7, let's see here. So as you all are walking through in the Cretes neighborhood here, you see a small group of goblin children kind of running through the streets, and they have some kind of little kind of oblong ball that they're throwing at each other, not to each other, at each other specifically, and kind of you hear little squeaks and yells coming from them as they all run towards you within their game. Acacia, you specifically, one of them kind of is backing up to try and keep their eye on this ball for whatever game they're playing, and they back up into you and turn with kind of a very scared look at you as that happens.
Oh, hi. You're okay. And sort of like trying to like reassure them.
Please don't hit me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you.
No, you're totally fine. I'm not gonna. No, you're fine.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're okay. And she sort of like shoos them on, like, shoos them so, like, they can go back to their game. Like, she's trying to be really reassuring that she's totally fine.
As you kind of shoo, they kind of do this weird, like, spin move back around behind you and try and move around. But as they do, with your passive perception, you notice that the small little goblin child tries to reach up to your coin purse and pull it off discreetly.
That's definitely not happening. And I'm going to sort of, as I notice, I'm going to take and sort of shift my body weight, knowing with my shield and the way it's sort of sitting on my back to try to, like, not conspicuously be like nope, but like sort of like, oh hey, let me go see what's over here, and sort of like block him off from it.
Okay, got it. You're able to do so pretty easily as a small goblin child, but after they kind of see you doing that, they get an even bigger look on their eyes of fear for a second, but then it turns to anger, and they yell something off in Goblin at the others, just never! And they all kind of run off into an alley.
I'm gonna. Acacia's trying to put off the perception that she had no idea that was actually that happened. Like that.
Okay.
And does Winnie know what they said? She speaks Goblin.
That's that sounded. Yeah, that sounded a little weird. Do you mind repeating that?
Does Winnie know what they said?
Oh, yeah, something's going a little weird with your audio. It's very warbly.
Full-blown artificer on us.
Yeah.
It sounded like she was asking if Winnie understood what they said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good question. Yes, Winnie would recognize that, being able to, Winnie would recognize that they said, not getting anything from this one, let's go try somewhere else.
Winnie would growl at them back in Goblin. Knock that off, I'm gonna tell your mother.
As you do, they yell back in Goblin, go ahead and try!
Rat! Let's go.
Is this
Start your
normal?
first.
Is this normal here? People like hustling each other down for money, and like people like trying to steal from each other. Like,
People here don't have anything, and they're desperate.
oh, that's really sad.
I feel kind of bad. I mean, I would have given him something, just not everything.
Do not, for the love of God, do not go, or the love of whatever deity you worship, do not go around handing out money down here.
Why not? They need it.
You will get mobbed and mugged and robbed, and just don't do it. Trust me.
All right.
Okay, so just be more discreet. Got
Be
it.
discreet. Yes.
Okay, so you travel through the Crease neighborhood, and Winnie leads you all to the general area where some of these rumors were centered around. It's not the exact spot, but this is, I would say, maybe a half mile area where the rumor mill pointed to, and where the reports of those going missing or seeing weird things were based around.
Are we?
So we just want to. Do we want to ask questions, or ask people in the area, or do we want to? I don't know, just look around for ourselves.
Yeah, we can do both those things. I think I've been hearing about rumors around here, and people here would probably also know maybe somebody's seen it.
All right. Yeah. Also, Winnie, I would just like to request we never go through that neighborhood again unless you want me to cart around 65 animals. Just
I know. I like to go feed the moorbounders sometimes when I have extra food.
they're so cute.
I know. We'll see if we can get some scraps to feed the moorbounders.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Acacia's gonna start looking around and seeing if there's anybody who is like sort of taking an immediate like visual interest in us to approach and start like being like just asking questions.
Sure, yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check.
I'm so good at these.
They've been so great so far.
Oh, not bad. 19.
19. Very good. I would say that the three of you are definitely drawing some stares. Simply because with a half elf and a human in the group, that's not the typical makeup of a group that would be in Asarius. You don't see anybody who is necessarily, menacing or angry or anything like that, but just, some kind of peeking around, kind of, oh, what's going on here? But with a 19, you do see that there is a kind of a middle-aged male goblin, by your estimations, who's got a small young goblin with him holding his hand, and he kind of is looking over at the three of you with almost like a reflective thought, kind of maybe wondering or not whether he should approach.
That's fine. I'll make the decision for him. I'm gonna Acacia sort of step up towards him and be like, "Hi, my name's Acacia. We're down here investigating some of the rumors as of late. Have you heard anything or know anything?"
Are you who Denalios has sent?
Yeah. We just left from up there, and we wanted to come down as soon as we had the opportunity.
Yeah, there's been some stuff going on, but I might be a little more comfortable if one of the Aurora Watch was here.
I can understand. I understand not wanting to speak to outsiders, as it were. But they felt that we were capable, and I want to agree with them that we're here to help.
Okay, go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
$23.
Ooh, very good. So he kind of gets a look on his face and says,
Well, I thought they wouldn't send anybody, so I guess that's better than nothing.
and he looks at his young goblin son there, and then looks back to you.
Yeah, we've had some things going on. There's an odd hole that showed up near a tent. Probably about 5 blocks away or so. I don't know exactly where it is, but word around is that it's cursed somehow. We've had, I think, 5 total who've gone missing, and 3 that have been found dead since the rumors started.
How long has that been since the hole showed up, or at least the rumors of it?
Rumors started about 3 days ago, and the way they travel, it was probably pretty quick. No longer than 4 days that it's actually been here.
That's kind of a rapid escalation. What you said 5 blocks? Which could you point me in a direction?
Yeah, over there.
And he just points in a general direction, and just kind of just kind of gives you the hand wave that way. And there's a street that you can follow down that way.
Thank you so much, and hopefully your help will lead to some peace of mind.
Thank you for your help, I suppose. I heard that there was a Minotaur around who helped try and block it off with whatever they could. We don't have a lot of building materials down here, but I don't know if they were successful or not.
Do you know where we might be able to find this Minotaur? Would they be near that area, or is there a certain part of the Cretes that they tend to frequent?
That's all I know, really. I don't know the Minotaur or where they're at. But I would assume they're in that area if they were helping.
That makes sense. Well, thank you so much, and stay in the light. And Acacia sort of walks back and relays whatever information to Winnie and Yuria.
Okay. As Acacia says that greeting about staying in the light, the goblin looks back and kind of has an odd look. He says, "Light be with you."
Does that sound like a familiar, sort of call and response?
And
I would
also
say-
with you.
What's that?
And also with you.
Yeah. I would say, Acacia, go ahead and roll a religion or a history check, your choice.
Oh, they're both the same. We're gonna go religion. It's 14.
14? Okay. It doesn't sound familiar. No, it's not a typical call out. It almost is like, I don't want to say discordant, but when they say it, they said it very confidently, like they've said it before, but it doesn't match anything that would be like a greeting or kind of saying goodbye.
Yeah.
That would have to do with the Everlight.
Did I recognize it?
You absolutely would have, Winnie. Yeah, you would recognize it as...
It wasn't Winnie.
What's that?
It wasn't Winnie that asked.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw the unmute happen. Go ahead and roll religion or history check.
Okay, they're both equally trash.
Well, now Winnie.
I have no idea what they're talking about. I wasn't even paying attention.
Seeing the quizzical looks on their faces, Winnie will clue them in. We worship the Luxon here. So when someone says walk in the light, you say also, or be in the light, you say and also you. The light be with you. It's all about light.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, maybe because Acacia's probably not super familiar with the Luxon. So,
Yeah, especially with that roll, that would be probably the first time.
Yeah,
Maybe overheard it in your last little bit of time here in Asarius, but that would be the first any kind of explanation at all.
maybe the Luxon is just a colloquial identity of the Everlight. Maybe.
We're gonna see it that way.
Do I know anything about the Everlight?
I would say, what was your roll when you rolled?
It was like a 7.
Even then, you would generally know about the Everlight, about Serenre, and kind of known as the Dawnflower, also is one of the other names. Not a very jealous or territorial god. Yeah, you would know kind of general stuff. A very forgiving god who has the Everlight, kind of that flame feel, that very, it's like a power that's not really like fire. It's like that that feeling of light, that constant energy. But you would know, yeah, you would have heard of the Everlight in your time.
Right. I'm just gonna look around and be like, I don't think it's the same thing, Acacia. I don't think so.
Maybe not. Who knows? There's still nothing wrong with, I guess, spreading the Everlight wherever we go. I mean, I'm sure you probably feel the same way about the Moonweaver.
That's a conversation for a different day. Yep.
Noted. I just sort of see that, like, the mental, like, okay, we're putting that one in the box. And, Winnie, you want to help show us over? He says it's about 5 blocks in that direction.
Okay, I have an idea where it might be. Let's see.
Yeah, easy enough with the directions given by the goblin and Winnie's knowledge of this neighborhood to go those 5 blocks and find a general area where what you notice that's odd at first is it seems like this neighborhood is cleared out a little bit. There's not nearly as many people who are walking the streets here. There are mostly tents in this particular area. There's some various rocks, and you see animals from time to time. At this point, you do see that there are 2 of the saber-toothed camels being pulled along by an orc attendant, and they are dragging their large leather water bags. But besides that, it seems quiet.
And this is different from the other areas that we've seen as far as, like, I don't want to say industriousness, but, like, the foot traffic.
Yeah, exactly. Packed in. And the odd thing is there are a lot of tents. There's some huts or small buildings as well. But there's less people here, almost as if the people who were around aren't spending much time here.
Well, I think we made it to the right place.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Now we just need to find it. Does Winnie know what the rumors were saying specifically? Were they coming out of a hole in the ground? Were they being haunted? Were they?
Part of the problem with the rumors was that there were some, like, different conflicting ones. Some people said that there was a hole that was cursed. You heard somebody say that they had a friend who saw giant sturges fly out of the hole. There, was reports of entire families who've gone missing. There are reports of people who were killed. And there was, a story about somebody who went down into the hole, and when they brought the rope back up, they were gone. It's hard to, like, put them together into a coherent, this is what's happening, because there's been so many of them.
Okay, I'll relay what I know to the group, and it sounds like there might be a hole somewhere that is at least part of the rumors, so maybe we could find a hole and start there.
Can I keep an eye out for a minotaur?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead and roll a perception check for that.
I'm not rolling on D&D Beyond anymore. That was a 13.
13, okay. Don't currently see a minotaur around. No. Mostly still goblins. You see in the general vicinity, I would say maybe 5 or 6 goblins, a half orc, and a gnoll or 2, which is, like, a bit less than the rest of the areas you guys have been in town.
All right.
And while Gabby's grabbing her dice, I'm going to take just like a quick 30-second break. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
My virtual dice are cursed. Oh!
Okay. Okay. So it does seem that everybody who's here kind of is just going about their business. There doesn't seem to be much socializing happening. One of the goblins is rolling up a tent. Seems like they're packing up some of their stuff, but it is mostly quiet here. What would you all like to do?
I'd like to approach the one who's rolling up his tent.
Okay.
Just say, "Hi, my name's Acacia. We're here investigating rumors about this hole. It seems like you're packing up to leave, so I'm assuming there's probably some level of merit to it. Have you heard anything or know where it might be?"
I would say without they don't really respond. Roll me a persuasion check to start.
Oh my god.
To see how receptive they are to the question.
Mama.
It's a 13.
13, okay. Let's see. And he kind of looks over probably about maybe 100 yards, 300 feet or so away, and points to an area of tents.
Yeah, they got it holed up over there.
Oh. Thank you. I appreciate that. And hopefully we can get this solved and you guys can get back to having your homes.
And he kind of says,
Well, I got a friend who went missing, Rudder. Hope you find him, but I'm not going to stay around to find out. Be one of the dead ones.
I understand, and if we find him, we'll tell him specifically that you were looking for him.
and he just kind of quietly turns back to start rolling up the tank.
Do you need a hand?
Kind of gives an odd look, kind of like, what?
Sure, I guess.
I'm gonna lean down to help him.
Okay. And you kind of roll, and it's a little awkward because you're a lot bigger than the goblin, so you're kind of rolling on your side, and you roll further, so it kind of gives that odd offset rolling. You have to undo it and re-roll it up, but after a couple minutes, you get it rolled up. Just help him gather up the tent poles and get it tied to his pack.
Oh. Good luck, and I hope we can get this solved for all of you.
Yeah, same, I guess. Good luck to you, too.
Thank you, and stay... Good luck. She sort of, goes with her normal sort of, blessing and just stops herself, sort of second-guessing it after the last one.
Okay, got it. The goblin grabs his pack and starts heading off.
He said the hole is over that way. And I'm guessing that if they're stating that it's there, then I'm willing to put some eggs in the basket of this being real, so we should probably be careful.
Agreed. Mm-hmm. Denolios doesn't think much of the people in the creeks, but they're not trying to form people behavior. If they're afraid, there's probably a real reason.
It's one thing that I've learned over the years is that rumors don't just start out of thin air. There's usually some substance to it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be careful.
Okay. What are you guys doing from here?
Heading over in the direction where he said that the hole was.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Easy enough to follow. You have to kind of get off the main road, and it's not a far walk. It only takes a couple minutes to get there. And you don't see any kind of hole at first, but what you see is this odd, it looks kind of like a pile of ramshackle, just like a mishmash of types of wood. There's tables there, there's chairs there, there's like a random, looks like it was maybe pulled from a door that's there, and they're all stacked to kind of make a little bit of a wall around something. And given some of the reports that you've had, that seems to be likely the place.
Can I go up and try to like maybe move some of the wood to the side so we can see it through, or like pull some of it down so we can see what's on the other side?
Yeah. So as you get closer, what you can see is this more creates like a wall than necessarily covering the hole completely. So you can see through it pretty easily.
Okay.
What you see when you get closer, you look in, and it's probably about a 10-foot wide hole. It doesn't look smooth bored. It looks pretty jagged on the edges. But as you look down, it seems almost like just beyond that top layer on the ground does seem like very cylindrical with smooth sides. And as you look down, kind of lean over a little bit, it's dark. It's real dark, and you're not sure how far down it goes.
I got 300 foot of dark vision.
So it goes beyond your dark vision. You're still unable to see,
like the bottom.
Yeah, but with that 300 feet of dark vision, which is fantastic, you're able to confirm like there's nothing there. You see. Actually, go ahead and roll me a perception check. Let's see what you see.
Okay. I see nothing. That was a 1.
The real dice are
today. They don't want me to play D&D today.
Yeah. So you just mostly see pretty smooth walls. It seems like there may be every now and then a little bit of something, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, it's hard to tell from up here.
I said with it, like the walls being like smooth, it doesn't look natural. Like this very much looks like a hole that I don't want to say dug, but like it's not like a natural hole, at least from like what I can see with my whole 0 feet of dark vision.
Right. Basically, it's a little bit odd because on the top level of the ground, kind of around the edges, it's pretty jagged. Like it doesn't look like whatever made this hole kind of created the entrance that's there at the top right now, if that makes sense. But beyond just the literal ground level part, yeah, it looks like it's not a naturally occurring tunnel. It doesn't look like a cave system would, where it's got jagged edges everywhere. It looks pretty smooth.
Well, even just this information might be good to give back, and I guess Winnie's gonna try to sketch out the sort of a sketch of what they're seeing, and because this isn't natural, this is something weird.
I think we should go in.
I don't know about going in. That's dark, and I mean, when you know this area better than I do. I mean, do you know what would even make something like this? Because it looks unnatural. Like I know there's a lot of we passed a lot of different beasts and things like that.
So I'm gonna turn around to the two of them, and my eyes are gonna flare black, and I'm gonna use my eyes of the night and be like, "We got an hour, so let's go." And both of you now have 300 feet of dark vision.
In case she finishes what she's saying, and you say that, she sort of looks, and it's like very disoriented.
How are we getting down there? I mean, it's at least 300 feet deep. I don't have that much rope.
I guess we're just gonna have to climb down.
Or yeah, as you're turning around to kind of apply the eyes of the night and look towards the two of them, roll me a quick perception check real quick.
Yes! That's a 23.
23. The thing that hits you first is you smell smoke. And you see one of the tents, maybe 60, 70 feet away from this hole, has a little bit of fire at the top. You can hear a bit of crackling.
Does it look like it's on fire? Or
It's starting to be, yeah.
how about we deal with this hole later? Because that house is on fire.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. And Acacia immediately starts like sprinting over that way.
As you turn to look, you see another tent that's on fire. Because of your high perception check, Uria, as Acacia starts to sprint, you see that next to this tent, probably about 20 feet away, there's a wagon, and you see something behind it starting to pull a bowstring.
All right. I'm gonna, since Acacia has decided to leave the area, I'm gonna turn to Winnie and say, I know you don't like to be close to, or I've gathered that you don't like to be close to, things that might hit you. So hopefully this will help, and I'll use my Vigilant Blessing on her so she has advantage on initiative roll, because this is what it feels like. This is where it's going. And it's like, I hope this helps you, not get hurt.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna not stealthily hit that way because I don't know how to stealth.
Okay.
Winnie's just gonna run. Fire! Run!
Heads start to turn. You hear goblins. You see that the camels, whoever, the orc who was carrying the camels, turns and looks, sees the fire, runs to the back of the camels and starts to take off the water bags and start have the camels running. Acacia, go ahead and roll me a perception check also real quick. As you're running to see what you're picking up as you run.
An 11.
An 11. You're focused on this tent, and as you're running maybe about 40 feet away from it, you see that the one adjacent to it, maybe 20, 30 feet away, is also now catching fire and starting to turn. And as you look and see that, you turn your head back to the original one, and an arrow comes straight for you.
Ooh.
And that is a 9 to hit.
It is not. So as she goes to turn and see, the arrow comes and flies, and she immediately, just instinctually, sort of turtles up and puts the shield up for the arrow to just sort of like ping off the back of it. And as soon as it does, she turns around and grabs the shield off of her back in her right hand.
And as you grab the shield, putting it in front of you, you see moving out from the cart some kind of humanoid with scales. You look over towards the camels and see another 2 characters running towards the fire rather than away from it. And with that, I need everybody to roll initiative.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Winnie, remember, you have advantage on the initiative.
Thank you. I will also be using my gift of alacrity.
Very nice.
Initiative.
Winnie has a 25.
Holy moly. I'm actually going to use my inspiration to roll this gun again. Yeah. And session 1, we committed the biggest sin in D&D and split the party right away.
Let's put that far at least. We're not like...
Towards the burning tent to try to put it out, right?
Yeah.
Were we all running in the same direction?
I was running towards the person that was like knocking the arrow.
Oh, I was running towards the fire.
Yeah.
And those were about the same spot.
Okay.
The wagon was the wagon that they were kind of behind was about that same spot.
Okay, good.
Oh my gosh, there we are.
It is so.
Okay, so what was everybody's initiative on your guys' end?
Mine was a 22.
22. Okay, and then that's Maria. How about Acacia?
5.
5. Oof. And then Winnie was 25, right?
25.
25. Very nice. Okay. So with that, let's see here. All right, Winnie, you are first. What would you like to do? So this is you here. We've got Uria here and Acacia here. That's the tent on fire that was originally seen with the character kind of on the wagon there was the one who was knocking the bow.
Okay. So oh God, it's the music. Oh no! And Winnie full on panics. That's what Winnie does best. Winnie's gonna throw sleep. Winnie's gonna throw sleep.
Okay.
On the tent.
Okay, so go ahead and roll those d8.
For 14 points.
14. Okay. What does your spell casting look like here? What are you doing? And give me some flavor here.
All right. So Winnie clutches the book at her side, and with that in her hand, she spools up a big globule of golden honey-colored light and lobs it to a point centered on those guys, and it just expands, and you hear a lullaby emanate, and she sings them to sleep.
Ooh, okay. And you see this energy kind of move over. Acacia, you see two figures over by the wagon that it tries to encompass and put to sleep. And with a 14, they both shake it off and look over at those who are approaching.
That was a poor roll. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. That's a rough one.
Better. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for your turn, Winnie?
That is it. I guess Winnie will try to... Where is everybody?
So this would be Winnie right there.
Okay. So Winnie, I guess, is just going to move up a little closer. So she's... I guess she's going to try to, be near her friends to try to keep an eye on everything.
Okay, that would be 15 feet, and that would split the difference between the two of them. You want to go there?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, Uria, you're up next.
All right, so I'm going to get within 60 feet of the green one. I think I just have to move up a little bit.
I think you might actually already be there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Yeah, you'd have to move, we'll say only 5 feet, but that would get you within 60.
All right, so I'm going to get within 60 feet, and I'm going to... oh, God. I'm going to cast my spiritual weapon next to the green one.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
And
we'll use that for the spiritual weapon there.
Yeah. So I'm going to clutch into my my necklace on my belt, and I'm gonna be like, please don't fuck me, and a giant fish is going to appear next to it.
Yes.
And I'm going to try to pimp slap this creature with my fish.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack with the fish.
18?
18 hits. Yeah, go ahead and roll some damage on that.
Hell yeah. So was that a 6 or a 9? So that's 9 points of radiant damage.
9 points of damage. And so you summon this spiritual fish, and what does it look like hitting this creature?
So it's very much a dead fish. It is not a living fish, and it just kind of if you could imagine an invisible hand holding it and just kind of like grandma slapping
Okay, got it.
with the fish.
Right. Okay. So you see the fish slam into this creature, and it kind of gets hit. And you see, as it gets hit, its hood falls back, and you see a lizard folk creature, almost chameleon-looking, kind of crouching with a curled tail and a short bow in its hands, and it kind of looks over with a little bit of a hiss.
All right.
With the fish.
And then for my action, I'm going to toll the dead on the same dude.
Okay, and what's the save on that?
That is a Wisdom 13 save.
Wisdom 13. Okay.
And because he's been hit.
That's a natural 1.
Ah, yes! And he's taking damage, so it's a d12 instead of a d8. Where are my d12s? Don't mess me. Okay, whatever. Oh, it won't let me roll the d12 on the. Okay. That is 3 points of necrotic damage.
3 points of necrotic damage. As it reels back from the hit from the fish, you start to see it kind of give this odd look of pain in its head, and you see like a purplish green blood come out of its ears a little bit as it takes that damage.
That's all for me.
That's all for you. Okay, so next is going to be the one who has been taking damage. Seeing Winnie and Uria attack, it is going to move forward around the spiritual weapon here. Move to the front of this wagon. And with that much damage being dealt from Uria, it's going to shoot a short bow attack at Uria.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a 15 to hit.
Misses.
God, it shoots, and you bring your shield up just in time to block the arrow and deflect it off to the side as it shoots at you. Next, this one is going to move up from the back.
Oh,
And it's going to go 25, 30. And from this side is going to take a shot with its short bow. You see this one, as it runs past the rock, has almost a gecko, like a leopard gecko look. It's reddish with black spots. Takes its short bow, shooting at Winnie. And that is another 15 to hit. Misses. All right. Shoots at Winnie, and it as Winnie you turn, your shoulder is able your plate on your shoulder is able to deflect it off, not getting any purchase against you. All right. And then actually these ones are going to go next. They all had pretty good initiatives. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Acacia, you see running up from beside the wagon this very imposing looking lizard folk. It's got black scales on it, almost resembling a Komodo dragon this time. It's got a spike shield and a large sword that it wields as it runs towards you. It's going to come up and make 2 attacks against you. The first one with its sword. That one's going to be a 12 to hit.
That misses.
You're able to take your large shield and block the attack from the sword. When you do so, it takes its spike shield and tries to ram the spike shield into you. That one's going to be an 18 to hit.
That will definitely hit.
Excuse me. Excuse me. As a reaction, when he's going to cast Silvery Barb.
Ooh, okay. You're gonna force a reroll. All right, so that one is going to be. That one's down to a 14 to hit.
That misses.
So, Acacia, you see the spike shield coming at you, but before it does, a blast of energy comes out from Winnie's hands as she shoots silvery barbs, pushing the attack away at the last second.
All right, and I'm going to choose Ure to have an advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw that they make.
Thank you.
Perfect. The final lizard folk. This one looking like a chameleon with a ridge, a yellow ridge on its head. is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then it's going to move up 5, 10, 15, 20. Use its action to dash right up next to Winnie. Acacia, you're up next.
I didn't think this through.
Acacia's is just sort of behind the shield. Just be like, thanks, Winnie. And I'm going to use shove with my shield and try to knock this lizard on his butt.
Okay, go ahead and roll an athletics check against their. This will be their athletics as well.
18.
18. They rolled a natural 8, so you all see Acacia push over using her shield into this lizard folk, knocking them prone.
And with my bonus action, I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself.
All right. Makes sense. Sanctuary. Let me see if I have a room for Sanctuary. Don't think I do.
Yeah, in order for them to attack me, Wisdom save of 14.
Okay, got it. So I'm just gonna, rather than put that down, I'm gonna do a prone marker there. This, you're not paralyzed, but I'll just use this for Sanctuary for now.
Stop. Whatever it is that you're doing, stop.
Okay, so we are back to the top of initiative. Winnie, it is your turn.
Oh, bother. Winnie's just gonna take a firebolt at maybe one of these archers on the.
The one that's already been hit, or the one that's over here?
Let's go for the one that's already been hit.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
All right, 18.
18, yeah, that'll hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Let's see. I couldn't get it to roll damage. What is it? A D10?
It did roll damage.
It did. What did it say?
1.
1. Wow.
I'm sorry.
Ouch.
1.
That hurts.
Yeah.
So you're able to get that firebolt, and it goes, and you see it hits this kind of leather that this chameleon lizard folk is wearing, and you see a little bit kind of push past the leather and burn their neck, dealing some damage, but not as much as you had hoped.
Go, Winnie. Go, Winnie.
I don't think I have a bonus action. I think that's it.
Okay. All right, Uriah, you're up next.
Alright, so that dude is still within my spiritual weapons range, so
Correct.
my fish is gonna pimp slap with advantage.
Go ahead and fish slap them.
And that's a natural 20. Hell yeah.
Roll first crit of the campaign.
So that's... Ooh, max damage. 8 plus 3 is 11 plus 3, 14 points of radiant damage on the green guy.
Uriah, go ahead and flavor that fatality for me. How does this creature die?
Very embarrassingly getting hit by a dead fish, just kind of like knocking into them and off the cart, just be like...
They go flying. You see this chameleon-like lizard float go flying 15 feet off of the cart as it hits the ground, dead.
Alright, and then can I move my spiritual weapon after I attack?
I believe so, yeah. I don't think there's a time you can or can't do it.
Alright, so I'm going to start moving it towards the one that is in melee with Acacia.
Okay. So we got 5, 10, 15, 20. You're still 10 feet away, so you'd have to move next turn, but you can get pretty close.
Alright, and then for my action, I'm actually going to get close to the one next to Winnie. And I'm going to hit it with my mace and see if I can do something.
Now, did you want to just move 5 feet right here, or did you want to try and go around for...
I want to try to go kind of around to be between the archer and Winnie as well. All right.
Okay. So that'd be flanking, so go ahead and roll with advantage on that.
Hell yeah. All right, that's a 18 to hit.
Yeah, definitely hits.
Alright, and that's like more dice for me to take out. That's 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
8 points of bludgeoning. You see this lizard folk kind of give up as it takes a hit from your mace. As it sinks in, you see it start to bleed from the wound in its shoulder.
Alright, and that's it for me.
That's it. Okay. So, having seen its companion being killed by fish that area is controlling, the one behind over here is going to take a shot. That's going to be a 23 to hit.
Me? Yeah, that hits.
Silvery barb.
Silvery barbs again. Okay, so the re-roll is a 17 to hit.
Misses.
Misses with that same energy that she used to help Acacia. Winnie turns and sends out a silvery barb towards the one shooting above, causing it to take the shot, but turn at the last second with the light coming into its eyes. And who would you like to give advantage to on this one?
Who did I give it to last time?
You gave it to me.
Okay,
So,
I'll give it
Acacia.
to Acacia this time.
Okay, got it. Okay, so next is the sword wielders. Acacia, the one in front of you, is going to use half of its movement to stand up. And then is going to take some swings. One with a sword, one with a spiked shield.
Wisdom save.
Oh, that's right! Sanctuary. So that is a 2.
Either has to choose a different target or lose the attack.
Now, if I remember correctly, the choose a different target already has to be in range?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're going to lose that attack. Getting angry, they're going to move their spike shield and try and hit you with that. They're going to do that wisdom save first. They fail that one as well. So you see this lizard folk in front of you, and it's got this like mean Komodo dragon looking face, and it just snarls, "Rah!" Tries to attack, and you see it try and swing its sword and just get angry because it can't do it all the way. It takes its shield, trying to do it that, moves its arm up, and right before it gets to you, Acacia, to where it's going to be piercing through your armor, they stop at the last minute, kind of shaking, tensing, and drop the attack. They look around confused about what's happening. They shout out something in lizard folk, but you can't tell what it is. The one that is on Winnie, or in between Winnie and Uria, given that it just took a hit from Uria, is going to turn to Uria and try and make an attack. And that's going to be a 15 to hit.
Misses.
Misses. You're able to take your shield, block the sword attack. This one pulls a similar shield off of its back, lunges forward with the tusks that are attached to it, and that one is a 13 to hit.
Misses.
You all are showing just physical prowess in your fighting from the two clerics, just able to block the attacks from these lizard folks, pushing them away with the wizard shooting off silver their attacks from hitting. Very effective strategies. Next, we're down to the bottom of initiative. Acacia, you're up.
Yay! So I'm going to take the disengage action and sort of look at him and just go, bye, and sort of scoot around him towards the tent that's on fire.
Okay.
And take the only source of water that I have, which is my water skin, and start trying to, like, douse what flame I can.
Okay. The fires, at this point, I mean, we're talking about, 3 or 4 feet worth of width. You're able to drop some of your water skin on there. It doesn't fully extinguish it, but it does help on this one, and it gets some of the tent material wet, so it's a little bit harder to burn.
Just like doing it and just being like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Okay. Anything else for your turn?
Bonus actions. No, we're good.
All right, Winnie, back to you.
All right. Good grief. This is ridiculous. We're impossible to hit, but nor do we do much damage. So we're going to hit for a while. We got no fighter. Okay. I don't know what to do. I'm going to try something that's either going to be brilliant or really stupid.
Hey,
Why not both?
why not? Yeah.
I'm going to cast the sleep spell at 2nd level centered on me. So everyone around me, and I'm just hoping to God the rest of these folks are damaged enough that we can put some down. And
Okay, go ahead and roll your sleep dice on that.
I have put myself to sleep in this way before. Sleep at 2nd level. All right. 5d8 plus 2d8. So let me try that. I'm having trouble figuring this out. Come on, give me a damage here. All right, let me know if you see something. Okay, 29 for 5d8. And then plus 2d8 plus 5. 29 plus 5.
So 34. Okay. Winnie and Uria, what are your hit point totals?
Oh God, I just did it, didn't I?
Wait, it says that you pick.
No, it's the low. You go from lowest to highest.
Oh.
On the bright side, Yuria can't
Oh.
be magically put to sleep.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't be magically put to sleep because I have a half elf, so it doesn't particularly matter to me.
Oh, then it skips you. I have 22 hit points.
Okay, got it. Okay, so with 22, let me do some math here.
There's other people that are lower that are going to get hit.
Well, I would ask you, what is your hit points here, just for the sake of calculating this?
18.
18, so yours are lower. Okay, so I think the way that this works out with the rules here, so first things first, the lizard folk who is between Winnie and Uria is, you see them get kind of a very sleepy look on their face, and that lullaby starts to play, and they just kind of drop to a knee and fall asleep. Now, because Uria has less hit points than Winnie, it would move to Uria next. But it won't affect Uria, so rather than have the remainder of the total move over to Winnie, which would have knocked Winnie out, that Uria gets hit with the spell, but it has no effect.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I totally put myself to sleep this way before.
they have. Okay.
Easy thing to do. But you are both awake. The lizard folk in between the two of you, the chameleon-looking one, or sorry, not the chameleon, the iguana-looking one, falls to sleep in front of you.
Okay, well, that sort of worked.
Seem pretty effective.
Yeah, and I don't know if can Winnie. What does Winnie see those barrels over there?
Yeah, Winnie would see him.
Can Winnie try to start using the barrels to put the fire out?
You could start moving in that direction. It would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 feet would be 10 feet away, so
I really wish I had yelled something last turn. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the fires are a lost cause. I think I'm going to stay where I am and wait until we get everybody down. How many combatants are there in the middle?
So there's this one that was the gecko-looking one with a bow, and this one that Acacia was fighting that she disengaged with. Those are the ones left conscious.
Fighting is a strong word.
All right. I guess I'm okay to move towards the barrels.
Okay, we'll do that.
I'm gonna keep my eye on that guy.
God damn it.
Oh, you wanted me to stay close?
Yeah, I wanted you to stay close because I wanted to give you water.
No, I have water.
No, I have something, yeah.
Oh, you have something? All right.
Yeah.
Well, you need to kill these guys first.
Yeah.
You would also see there is a goblin who's kind of fleeing from the situation over here in this tent, and one who seems to be kind of right outside of their tent there. They're just kind of there, but not doing anything, trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, competency in this kind of stuff is not Winnie's strong suit.
Okay. All right. Anything else for your turn?
Nope, I've done enough damage for one.
Okay. So this one, seeing the situation.
Wait, it's not my turn.
Around. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. You are after Minnie. Yes, you are next. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm gonna yell, "Somebody come over here and get my flask while I finish these people off. I promise you, it's going to help. Come get it." And then I'm gonna move my spiritual weapon and hit the one that Acacia disengaged with.
Okay, got it. Go ahead and roll an attack.
That's a 21 to hit.
Oh yeah, definitely hits.
And then for 7 points of radiant damage.
7 points of radiant. You see, it moves up with its spike shield and sword, looking over to what's going on, not seeing the large fish behind it come, hitting it on the back of the head. It's dazed, it shakes its head, not knowing what's going on, kind of stumbles a little bit, and then writes himself, yeah, that's some pretty good damage against it.
Alright. And then the guy in front of me is asleep.
Correct.
And so I'm going to try to get closer to the archer in the back.
Okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20 feet would get you to them.
Alright, and then I'm going to hit their person, hit them with my mace again, and see if I can shove them in the face. And that's a 20 to hit, dirty 20.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the leopard gecko lizard folk with the bow definitely is hit by that.
That's maximum damage, 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
9 points of damage as you swing your mace. And it's good timing. You kind of set your spiritual weapon to attack, and you turn and run, and the fish attack and your mace attack happen almost simultaneously. So you see this fish swinging with your mace, and both of them get hit at the same time.
Hell yeah. And that is it for me.
Okay, so it is this one's turn next. Seeing the situation that one of its party is down, one is dead, and the other is not doing so hot, it is going to use this action to disengage, and it's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and start to try and run away. This one is up next. It is not so easily swayed. It's going to turn after being disengaged by Acacia and run up the 10 feet to make an attack.
Okay.
The sword attack, that's a natural 20.
Wisdom save.
Oh, you're right, the wisdom save. Okay, so let me do the wisdom
Sanctuary.
save first. All right, here we go. Wisdom save. They rolled a natural 17. So that is a natural 20.
Silvery barbs.
I knew it was coming.
Oh, this spell is so broken.
Silvery barbs is so good.
Oh, you mean the spell DM's Bane? So that is still a 22, so it does hit, but it's not a... I think it does, but it's not a critical hit.
The question was, is the silvery barbs on the savings throw for the sanctuary or on the hit?
Yeah.
That's a good question. If... well, it was, that's a good question, actually. Yeah, I guess that would be a question for Winnie.
Yeah, I don't remember when I said it.
Well, I'll just let you choose which of those you wanted to apply to.
Well, now I know that that he would have made the hit, but so I'll say it was on the nat 20.
Okay, got it. Okay, so then that is going to be a total of 5 points of slashing damage. And then they're going to use their spiked shield to make another attack. That one is an 18 to hit.
That also hits.
Also hits. That's going to be another 5 points of piercing damage. As Acacia, you're looking at this tent, you're pouring your water skin on it, trying to put it out, and as you do, you feel this sharp pain in your back as it slices across, and then that piercing pain as the spikes on the shield make purchase between your armor and stab you through the back. All right, that is going to be the end of its turn. Acacia, that takes us to you.
Right. And I'm gonna give that advantage to Ure.
Okay, got it.
Acacia's gonna sort of take the shots and then turn like almost slowly, and immediately toss her shield from her right hand to her left hand and pull her mace out and spin into an attack.
Nice. Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack.
We're going to use inspiration on that one.
Good call.
Not any better. It's a 6.
A 6. Oh man. Oh, that's rough. You do this really cool move. Everybody sees Acacia with this agile shield move that's like very impressive with the size of the shield. You bring your mace down and it brings its spike shield up and blocks the attack.
And I will take my bonus action to try and using Shield Master Shove to sort of take my shield and sort of drop it low into his shins to knock him over.
Ooh, nice. Okay, go ahead and roll that athletics check.
Roll high, roll high, roll high.
Ooh.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20 definitely beats the 5 that they rolled. You knock them prone again as you hear this hissing as it's frustrated with how things have gone for it so far.
And that is, she just sort of like stands up straighter, like something else has kind of taken over at this point. She's just like standing over him with the shield.
Nice. Okay. All right, so we're back to the top with Winnie.
Right. Is anybody still standing?
Well, there's the one running away over here, and then the one who's been knocked prone by Acacia.
Okay. Oh, the prone one, I don't know what it is. When he's gonna fire a firebolt at the run that's running away.
Okay, yeah, that's within the 120. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Should be it. 22 to hit.
Yeah, definitely hits. Go ahead and roll some damage on that.
And that's 5 damage.
5 damage. As it's running away, you see the firebolt hit them in the back, and you hear this kind of odd squeak hiss from this one. The noise is making, like, kind of as you see, or I would say, Uria, you from the distance you're at, you see the skin bubbling and blistering from the heat of the firebolt. It's looking pretty hurt.
I just like put a thumbs up, like you got it.
All right. Anything else for you?
I guess I'm gonna run over and grab the barrel and start dragging it over to this fire.
Okay. Are you dragging it over here or to this one?
Yeah, I'll drag it to the closest fire.
To the closest. Okay, so you run up. You can totally use your free action to grab that and start moving it over. And you open it up, and it smells very strongly of alcohol, some kind of moonshine-like drink here in these barrels that were sitting by the wagon.
I don't think that's gonna help.
Mm-mm.
Never mind. She wouldn't have dragged it if she...
Okay, yeah, no worries.
That was what I was thinking. I was like, I hope that's not beer.
Never mind. That's
Beer
not...
would be fine. Moonshine, on the other hand.
Although, Winnie, you do recognize it as something you, depending on your taste and preferences, is something you may have drinking here in the creeks before.
Oh yeah, she's totally, filling her flask with it.
Free action, fill the flask. Okay. All right. Uria, you're up next.
All right. I'm just gonna be like, I told them to come get it, but whatever, it's fine. I'll deal with that later. And then I'm gonna take the. I'm gonna fucking kill that dude, the one next to Acacia. No, I'm staying where I am.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna take out I'm gonna try to take out the guy next to Acacia with my spiritual weapon.
Go ahead and roll the attack there.
You have advantage because
I know. And that's 23 to hit.
Yes, definitely. Roll some damage.
All right, and that is 8 plus 3, and that is maximum damage of 11 points.
11
of radiant
points.
damage.
As it is on the ground there, it's this really cool timing where Acacia pushes the lizard folk down, and as they get pushed down, and Acacia's kind of standing taller, the fish comes down and just crack, and you hear this loud kind of like it's more like it got the wind knocked out, just as it is struggling to gasp in for breath, looking very hurt.
All right, and then I'm going to. I don't want the other one to get away, so I'm going to toll the dead on the one that's running away.
Okay. And that is a natural 3 on the wisdom save.
Okay, I rolled the wrong die on the thing, so it is 3 points of necrotic damage.
3, okay. It already being injured and kind of nursing that back wound from the firebolt is trying to run away. You see it fall to a knee and give an odd as it keeps trying to get away. Not taking it down fully, but still looking like on his last leg.
All right, and then I'm gonna move to. Is that a rock in front of me?
Correct. Yeah, that's like a rock.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of like go on the closer to us side of the rock.
Okay.
Kind of towards the camels.
Over there.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
That is it for me.
Okay, so let's see. It's going to go another 30 feet, kind of off the map. That would be 55 feet away from you, Yuria, at that point, after its turn. The one who's on the ground is looking pretty rough. So it is going to use its movement half of its movement, I should say, to stand up, face down Acacia, and it looks trying to decide, seeing its compatriot run away. And after Acacia knocked it down with her shield and stood tall over it, it's going to make the decision to disengage and start to run as well. 5, 10, only gets 15 feet because it had to get up from being prone. And that takes us to Acacia's turn.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah!
Sort of has this like slow, like methodical walk towards him.
Okay.
As he sort of like is trying to like stumble away and just does this huge overhand swing with her mace.
Nice. Go ahead and roll that attack.
That is a 16?
16 hits.
Yes. For 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
7. Go ahead and flavor that fatality for me.
So she sort of has this like slower, like I said, this sort of slower walk up to him as he's trying to hobble away and does this big overhand hit. And as soon as she like hits him, his head just sort of like caves down into his shoulders. And he drops, and you see Acacia just stand there for a second and then drop her mace and just like, oh no.
And it is there's practically no head left. There's some bits around the neck, but that mace was lodged in very well, and the rest of you see the Komodo lizard folk fall very, very dead. Anything else for your turn?
Oh, she's frozen, like mentally frozen, right?
Okay.
now.
Okay, got it. Makes sense. Okay, you all see that very different from the proud posture before, a very frozen Acacia. We're back to the top. Winnie, it is your turn. The only enemy we have left is the kind of gecko-y one that is running off here in the distance.
All right. Is he within 120 feet?
Oh, that's a good question. How far are you? 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 510. You are 110 feet away, so yes.
Okay. And does Winnie have a sense as to whether these people are involved with what's going on with the hole, or were they just trying to take advantage?
I would say it'd be hard to tell, but what I would say is there's not generally lizard folk in Asarius. Lizard folk are one of the few races of creatures that did not want to join Asarius or the Kryn dynasty, and it's usually pretty odd to see them in the city, especially for like this. I would say that at least 2 or 3 of the types of lizard folk they are you've never seen before.
All right. So can Winnie take a shot at him with the idea of not actually killing him dead?
What I'd say is I'd let you roll an attack. If the attack hits, I'd have you roll an Arcana check to kind of see how well you can control that attack.
Okay.
The metagaming pigeon would like to inform you there's a sleep one in the middle of the battlefield.
Oh, that's right.
That's true. That is still, it's unconscious, but it is still around.
Okay. Winnie, yeah, I forgot about that. Both Winnie and Lisa panic. So Winnie's going to, well, I mean, more captives the better, right? Winnie's going to take a shot at him.
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
So 9 plus 7 is a 16 to hit.
16, yeah, that's above the arm class. Go ahead and roll some damage.
All right. That is, it says a 0, so I guess that's 10.
Yeah, that'd be a 10, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now go ahead and roll that Arcana check. You need better than a 16 to be able to control the amount of fire that hits to not fully kill, but just knock out.
Okay. Despite being a wizard, she's not proficient at Arcana. I don't know why. 14 plus 4. 18.
18. You see this firebolt get lobbed out, and it hits, spreading across its back, and it just yells out in pain. And just falls down, passing out from the shock of having its entire back in a very, very severe burn.
Okay, well, let's put out the fires and tie people up, I guess.
Yeah, I was to say, so with that, there's no more conscious enemies, so that will put us out of combat.
All right. Can I go up to the 2 houses on fire?
Sure.
And take out my little teapot and open it and just say fountain and just pour tea all over the fire.
Winnie and Acacia see this odd sight of Uriel grabbing a teapot, and at first, Winnie, you being closest, you think there's no way the teapot will have enough to put out this fire. But as she pours more and more and more and more and more, you see that there is enough to put out this fire, and the fire on the tent is put out.
That's a neat trick. Does it only make tea?
Yes.
What kind of tea?
Earl Grey.
Oh, lovely. I like it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
The two of you look over and see that
the moon time.
So
we do still have one more tent that is on fire, with Acacia also kind of in a frozen state of mind, standing over by that one.
I'll just kind of like lean over to Winnie and go, "Do you want to take care of the person? I'll take care of the tent."
Okay.
All right, cool.
Acacia's sort of like now like on the ground. as weird as it is, she's trying to like put him back together.
Oh no.
Like she's in shock. Both her shield and her mace are just laying on the ground, and she's just like, "Oh no!" Uh, and as Winnie, as you get closer, you start to like overhear her sort of like muttering quietly, just like, "Oh, Everlight, forgive me. Everlight, forgive me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
Oh, it's okay. His stuffing's just come out.
Uh, I've I haven't done that in a really long time. I just I don't I
Oh,
just like she's like trying to find words. Just
we
I
did start it.
I know. I
I
don't
can try mending if you want.
I don't I don't like when things have to go this way. It's why with the knolls in the alley. I don't violence shouldn't be the option. And I was fine, and then I don't know. I just kind of lost it. Just something for me to pray on later, I guess.
Well, he would have done the same to you if you'd let him, so. But I guess Winnie will go over and try to do mending and see if she can help. She doesn't know anything about it.
No.
She's mending.
So when Winnie cast mending, like a little bit of the armor that was kind of broken, as the mace came down, mends just a little bit. There's a little like tear in the metal, and that mends. Nothing else does though.
There, all better.
Thanks. And she's gonna pick up the mace and start to reaffix it back to her side
Okay.
without cleaning it, and puts the shield back on her back.
Okay.
And looks to like kind of survey everything else as far as the fires and the rest of the battlefield.
Yeah, as you look over things, you see the fleeing saber-toothed camels running away. The fires are now being put out by Uria, and it seems that the couple of goblins who had stuck around are starting to look around, assess the damages as well, figure out what's going on. And with that, I think we should take a break.
Yeah.
Cool. So we got 5:24 Pacific. So whatever time zone you're in, we'll make it at 39. We'll come back. Give everybody a chance to have a little bit of snack, take a little bit of break, use the restroom, and we will be back with the second half of session 1. Welcome back. Do we have everybody back in the game? I see.
I'm here.
Katie. How about Lisa? Not yet. We'll wait for her. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So the three of you stand around this odd scene with partially bits of burned tent, two unconscious lizard folk, and a large hole very near you. What would you like to do?
Can we tie up the one that's asleep? He'll be waking up soon.
Yeah, easy enough. So long as somebody has some rope.
I think I have rope. Maybe.
I do not.
I have rope.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So easy enough. You go and tie up the two who, one being the kind of leopard gecko looking one that was shooting the short bow, and the other one that kind of had an iguana look, has that the iguana ridge, kind of a yellowish color on this one. But you tie. Did you want to tie just the one up or both?
I'll tie both of them up. I'll tie them to each other.
Okay. Okay. Easy enough. So you get them all wrapped up, and let's see here. After not very long, at this point, it's only another 20 seconds or so before the iguana starts to wake up, slowly open its eyes and look around. And you hear it kind of give a as it looks around at its current environment and what's going on.
I'll just kind of like gesture at them, and be like, I shouldn't speak to people ever.
I can try talking to him.
Are you sure you're feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Right.
So I'm gonna step forward and just say, I know you guys probably aren't gonna want to talk to me, but we're just trying to keep the people here safe. Are you guys responsible for the hole over there?
Just kind of stares a little bit blankly. Yes, master.
Do you speak? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No response.
I can't understand them. Winnie?
Yeah, give me 10 minutes.
All right.
Winnie's going to start to ritually cast comprehend languages.
Okay, sure.
That'll do that.
This
Sure.
entire time, Acacia's like standing there and just like trying to say different things to them, just being like, do you not understand me? Do you just not want to talk?
Yeah.
Like, just trying to get
there. Almost there.
Every now and then you get like a but not in any kind of pattern that you get the sense that there's any kind of recognition.
Yeah, Winnie's got the foot out in the salt and she's making gestures over it.
I'm gonna cast Healing Word on each of them to see if maybe healing them gets them to talk. It's only a D4 each, so
okay.
It'll be.
I'll just like
6 for the one that got burnt.
Okay.
And 4 for the one who was asleep.
I'll kind of just like lean over to you and be like, I don't think it's not that they don't want to talk to you.
No harm in trying.
Yeah. Just
I mean, you guys did a lot there, so I mean, if they do break out, then we could handle them.
Are you okay handling them?
I mean, I'll be here to protect you guys.
All right.
I would hope things don't come to that, but I can protect you guys.
When he's flipping through a book, I haven't done this in a while.
And like I said, this whole time, like after healing, I'm like still just trying to communicate and being like, "Does that help? I know we didn't want to have to fight you guys, so maybe that helps. Sorry."
So the iguana gets a little bit of a confused look on its face after it kind of feels some of that healing magic wash over it, and as that happens simultaneously, the gecko kind of snaps awake and has a little bit more of a and they kind of back and forth at each other for a minute, but they don't seem to respond to you at all.
Let me know when he completes her ritual.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say that it's been 10 minutes. The ritual's completed, and Winnie walks over to the others.
All right. What in the world were you doing here?
Now, does comprehend languages allow you to speak their language as well?
Oh, I don't know.
Let me double check that here real quick, because I'm not sure that it
I don't
does.
believe it does. I believe it's just understanding.
Language, but it doesn't say I can speak it. Nope.
Right.
Okay. So we
I
can
think
talk
there's
to them in
tongues for
common
that.
and we'll get back. Yeah.
Okay. So you go up and you ask them something, and Acacia and Yura, you just kind of hear more of that. And Winnie, you understand this time when the iguana says, "Foolish flesh bags. The Ancient One will come for you."
These people are quite rude.
What did he say?
He said something that was not nice and not very helpful. I think we're going to have to take them back to the Aurora Hold for questioning. They'll have people that can speak to them. I don't know if we want to explore the whole or if this will be enough, but I think if they can question them, they'll get the information they need.
I'm good with that.
Is there anything else we can do to help cover this hole? Maybe just to prevent anything else from coming up between the time that we leave and whenever the watch would be able to come back?
No.
Yeah. Also, I have this distinct feeling that based on the level of importance the snooty elf was given to this thing, he is not sending the Aurora Watch back to deal with this.
Maybe
no,
with
but
the...
we can't very well explore that hole with these guys in tow, so maybe we should drop them off, and maybe they'll pay us.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
they'll need us to go do that. Go look at the hole. We can always look at the hole later.
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, maybe with the realization of these people, maybe that'll put some energy into him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see what the reaction is, and then go from there.
As you guys are having this discussion, Winnie, you hear the leopard pop in and talking to the other one, not realizing that you're understanding what they say between each other. It leans over. Do we know if the ones who went in were successful?
Yeah.
The response from the iguana back is, no. We were only out for a short time.
Do I get the sense that they can speak common?
Not that you can tell, no. Really, you're just understanding, from Muria's and Acacia's perspective, it's still just, very hissy, grunty, growly type stuff. But as far as you can tell, there's... I'd say maybe roll an insight check. Yeah, roll an insight check. Let's see. What did they say on that one?
All right. Let's see. 15.
Okay. As far as you can tell, the way that they speak is very similar to the Draconic language, and they're speaking in a way that's very much specifically Draconic. You know, sometimes people who learn Draconic will phrase it or arrange it in a way that's very obvious that they spoke Common first. These ones are not. It's kind of a very original Draconic form, so you kind of get the idea that they don't speak Common as far as you can tell.
Okay. I'll try to like casually like mention to the group in a way that's like just kind of casual conversation and not like I'm reporting what they're saying. Hey, this is what they said, that somebody went in and wasn't successful.
When and where, though?
They don't know if they were successful. So I don't know if we want to. I think we should take these guys in and then come back and investigate, or do you want to secure these guys and go in?
They definitely went into a hole. Maybe we can somehow. I don't want to leave one of us behind here just to keep watch, but maybe we can figure out some way to like know if something comes out of it.
I don't have anything at my disposal, but I mean, like I said, that hole is pretty deep, and even with the ability to see in it, like climbing down it's going to be difficult, as the understatement of the year, I guess.
Yeah, but there are things much bigger than us that don't have it as difficult. So I'm sure
maybe that might be beneficial for, the Aurora Watch to know, and maybe if they do want us to go in, they might give us something to help us get down there easier. I mean, realistically, our goal here was to just figure out if the rumors had any merit to them, and I mean, we can see that they do. Maybe we just start there.
Yeah, and if we want to come at this tomorrow, I can bring some better tools for this specific task.
Sure. I don't trust them.
I mean, I guess they haven't given me a reason to not trust them at this point. So, like I said earlier, I mean, I try to see the good in people, and maybe they will care a little bit. I mean, even the most selfish people on their hilltops are still gonna care when something's happening at the bottom of the ladder that's eventually gonna come at them. I mean, they might not care about the people down here like, you or I would, but maybe they'll care if it seems like it's something that's going to affect them. And lizards coming in to burn down sections of the city, that's going to create refugees, and they're going to have to go somewhere. And if they end up working their way into the North Roads, like, I'm sure the Aurora Watch is going to care. Yeah, as much as I don't want it to come to that.
The lizards aren't here to bother with the people of the Creeks. Why would they? Mm-hmm. They're here for something else.
Yeah.
They were trying to burn down the tents here.
They're probably... Can I get a sense of, like, if they were trying to burn down the tents kind of, like, in the perimeter around the hole?
Yeah, so it wasn't spread beyond this area. You look out, and these couple of tents were the only ones that seemed to be set on fire.
I think they're trying to make the hole bigger. I don't think they're trying to actually do anything to these people.
Well, like I said, maybe not directly, but I mean, even more so, if they're not trying to do anything to the people in the Creeks specifically, they're obviously trying to get something wider spread, and a bigger hole means bigger something coming out of it.
Yeah, they're using the Creeks as a point of entry because the Aurora Watch doesn't pay any attention to what goes on in the Creeks.
Exactly. And I think that's even more of a reason why they would care or should care. Not that I don't think that they should care, because I think they go well beyond obviously just looking around. They should care more. But sometimes, like I said, people up on their mountaintops just don't look down on people here and care. And we have to give them a reason to care.
I think these lizard people are the reason, as you say.
We can go back. I still don't trust them. I don't think they're going to do anything, and I think they're going to send us back.
Yeah, I don't trust them either, and they probably will send us back.
Or maybe they'll send us back with some new tools.
And with these lizards in tow.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go.
If we want to take an hour, I can set a friend to watch the hole and alert us if something happens.
I feel like that would be smart, especially if more of their friends come out of that.
I can do that, but it takes an hour. You guys want to get something to eat while I work?
I have nothing else to do. I'll chill around and do nothing.
Okay. Winnie sits down and carefully opens her pack and takes out one of her precious bundles of incense and charcoal that she saved up for. And says, okay, well, I guess this is as good a time as any. Smoke them while you got them.
Okay. So you guys take a little bit of time? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it takes an hour to cast Find Familiar.
Sure. So you guys sit down, take some time to allow Winnie to cast her ritual spell. And Winnie, do you have some flavor on what your Find Familiar ritual looks like, or what you're setting out for this ritual?
Yeah, so she sets out the little brazier, of course, and the things that she's purchased that she, holds very carefully, and she sits down and she kind of meditates a little bit, and puts her fingers in the dirt, being, from the farm, and puts her fingers in the dirt and closes her eyes, and eventually a snowy owl arises from the ashes.
Very cool. Very cool. So as you were watching Winnie, you kind of just sit there. Is there anything that Uria or Acacia are doing in this hour downtime?
I will say that Acacia is going to kind of step off on her own and clutch onto her amulet and start to meditate and pray. Okay. And I'll get with you directly as to that communion.
Okay. Perfect. Cool. Sounds great.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of walk around the hole and see if, first of all, the people. I think you said that a couple goblins ran out of the tents, right?
There were, yeah. There's currently the goblin that was kind of south on the map. They were really kind of assessing the damage to the one. That was one you had put out first. But after walking around a little bit, you see that they kind of go over to those barrels, rip the top off, and just get a big cup of it, and then just swig. And then you see them kind of go into the tent, pull something out, unwrap it. It looks like maybe some tools of some sort, and they start to go and put, making patches and repairs as much as possible already.
All right, and then I'll kind of for the entire hour, I'll just walk around in circles around that hole, trying to see if anybody is particularly paying attention to the hole, if they're trying to act like they're not getting over here or something like that, just because they see me walking around.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
I don't see anything. That was a 7.
A 7?
I'm just walking, getting some cardio in.
And really what it is your curiosity keeps pulling you to look over to the hole. Okay. And you split the perception between looking for people who are looking at it and also you yourself looking at it. Winnie, while you're doing the ritual, you would notice that as Uria is walking around the hole, that the lizards, because comprehend languages last for about an hour. So starting this ritual, you'd still have that for a little bit. The smaller one says to the larger one, "What's she doing? Do they know? Do they know what we're here for?" And the bigger one just says, "Shut up, shut up."
Winnie keeps doing her ritual.
Sure. And Winnie, you get done with your ritual, and your give me a description of the owl. It was you said a snow owl?
Yeah, a white owl, pretty standard wizard issue.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I love that standard wizard issue.
His name is Owl.
His name is Owl. Okay, got it. So you all see Owl pop into existence as Winnie finishes the ritual, and comprehend languages would drop at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Does he like scratch?
Okay. Owl, you fly around. Stay out of harm's way. And if anything comes out of that hole, come get me. Come tell me.
Can I hear just a little?
Yeah. Sort of a cross between Owl from Winnie the Pooh and the Harry Potter owl.
Love it. Okay. And you see flies off into the sky, doing its rounds.
All right.
Owl will come get us if something comes out. So that's the best we can do. The best I can do for it.
I've seen magic like that before, but can Owl always find you? Like, or do they have to search for you the way any other animal would?
I think it depends on the type of owl.
I'll tell Owl where we're going and what our route is likely to be. But I don't know. I know if he's within 100 feet of me, I can see through his eyes, but we'll be further than that, so he'll have to come get me.
I mean, some of the people in my village, they just have animals that follow them around all the time, and people can like call fish to them, and it's pretty common to have just like a very menial relationship with animals where I come from.
He's very smart, so I think that he would be able to find me. He does know how many licks it takes to get to the bottom of Tootsie Roll Pop. So I think that he could find it.
Yeah, and what I'd say is that if you just mention to the familiar, we're going to the Aurora Hold, that's enough for them to go to there, if that's where you guys end up, being for that interim time. And the way the Find Familiar kind of lays out is that if you're within 120 feet, you can mentally communicate with your familiar. You can always pop in and see what their vision is regardless of distance. It's just that you can't communicate with them outside that range. So you're just seeing whatever they're seeing at the time. You can't say, hey, go check this out or go do this. You just see what they see.
Okay. So he's keeping a watch so I can pause periodically and take a peek as we go on.
Mm-hmm. So, you just can't communicate with them from there.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't we do that? Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we're going to take these two back to the Aurora Hold, and hopefully the watch will do something about this.
Okay. So are you all traveling back the same route you came through the pits? What's that?
Preferably not.
Okay.
Acacia's just finished cleaning off her boots and her knee. So
okay.
I would like to, but I know that if I go through it again, I'll get an animal, and we don't need.
I guess Winnie would try to pick whichever way is quickest, but if nobody wants to go through the pits, she'll pick the second quickest.
Okay. So the second quickest would be back up through the creeks. You're at a spot right now that is kind of at the edge of the pits and the creeks. It's not super far into the creeks. But you know the way that you could get into the main area and get back to the Aurora Hold. It would take a little bit longer, but not significantly so. And about this point, it's not terribly late in the day. We're just past noon. kind of early afternoon. The wind is kicking up a little bit, and here where you did see the saber-toothed camels pulling the water bags to try and offset the dust a little bit, so you can follow that where that trail was freshly laid and get a little bit of relief from it. But as you walk through the creeks, there's just overall less buildings, and like large buildings, and less protection and refuge from that sand and dust. And so you kind of start to feel this graininess as you move that kind of sits in the joints and gets in the corners of the eye as the wind picks up throughout the day. I will say going through the creeks, let me get to my other one here. For the route back, we're going to have somebody do just one D8 roll for this trip back.
Winnie's turn.
I was going to say Winnie's turn.
All right. And Winnie will be every periodically just checking back through Owl's eyes to make sure everything's okay.
Sure. Easy enough.
3.
3.
Well,
okay.
That was 10, but I suppose it hardly matters.
Okay, got it. So, let me change up the vibe a little bit here too as we get out of the creeks. So going up through this area, Winnie, you feel at home. This is literally, this is your area, and you feel comfortable here, walking through these streets. You do draw some attention, walking through with a human and a half elf. But even just from the time you spent here, it's comforting for those who are here in the creeks to see you walking with them. And you see that even though eyes are turning, they turn for a second and turn back to whatever they're doing without too much fanfare or concern about those who are walking through the creeks.
They know
and what you might be doing. What was that?
They know that Winnie's a little odd.
Yeah, sure, yeah. And so it's just kind of, one of those things. But as you walk through the creeks, what you notice here is this is a lot of farms, a lot of farming areas. And Winnie, you would know the tubers and root style vegetables where there's fields of them. And as you left the area where you were at, where it was a lot more tents and huts, you move over to where there are some fields. You see paddies that are filled with water, and as you glimpse, you kind of see something swimming through the water, kind of waving its way through. I guess I would ask, how are you as a group transporting the lizard folk who are with you?
I'm dragging them by the rope, or having them walk behind us.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Acacia would be behind them. So Acacia would be at the back end of the group.
Okay, got it. Okay. And as you get past some of the paddies, you see that there is this large, probably 3 or 4 feet off the ground for a lip of it, but it spans at least a few hundred yards of this large, split up into different sections, but is these almost tank-looking things, this water, above-ground pools. And you can see, kind of as you walk by them and look over, that they go pretty deep, and you see on one of the pins is giant crabs that are being raised and potentially harvested here. As you move on to the next one, large alligators, or I guess I should say large crocodiles, who are being kept. Winnie, you know that in the last few years, crocodiles have become a mainstay for meat in Asarius. That after capturing a few in nearby rivers, that they've been brought back to be raised and domesticated. Moving through past some of the farms and villages, before you get to the North Roads, it does get back to very dense housing and even some shops. And although this is the part of the Cretes that is a little bit nicer, here you see some wooden buildings, some that are kind of hobbled together with sheets of metal along with a sheet of wood and a mix match of building materials, but even then not canvas or not little huts, actual buildings. And as you are walking through the Cretes, you pass by for what to Winnie is a familiar a familiar location. It is an apothecary store known as the Weeping Skeleton. And as you pass by, there is a gray-skinned gnome who is watching two goblins carry a stretcher out with what looks like to be a dead body on it. And you kind of hear the gnome talking to them, saying, "Careful, careful. This one's going for harvesting, so we need to make sure that everything stays." No, no, no! And right as he says that, one of them stumbles over a rock and drops the body onto the middle of the road in front of you. And it's kind of this moment of, oh boy. And you hear the gray-skinned gnome kind of cursing under his breath. We just went through cleaning and all the rites. Now we have to do that again. And one of the goblins just said, "I'm sorry, I tripped. I don't know what to tell you." And the other one, will you stop? We're doing our best. As they kind of try and scoop up this body that they were moving out of their shop.
Acacia's gonna step up towards Winnie, sort of like speed her pace up to get closer to Winnie, and just, do you know what they mean by harvesting? Sounds kind of grim.
Can I go talk to the gnome?
Sure.
I'll let him finish.
Would Winnie know what they were doing?
Roll a history check for me. Pretty low DC since this is your area.
Probably shouts there. Whoops, 8. Nope.
It's an 8? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
I would say with an 8, there is still some that you know. You know that the Weeping Skeleton is an apothecary and funeral service. And funeral services, apothecary and funeral services. In all mix, but it is one that you know of. And so you're not exactly sure what the harvesting entails or what's going on there specifically, but you can kind of at least put a couple pieces together. I would say with an 8, you don't know the names of anybody. You've never been into the shop or anything, but you do know that the Weeping Skeleton is an apothecary / funeral services.
I'll go up to the gnome and be like, excuse me, I just overheard your conversation, and do you sell bones at your fine establishment?
He kind of turns and looks, and he's almost got like ears that droop down a little bit, and has a little bit bigger head. Looks almost like really big eyes. Turns around and looks like he's almost putting on like there's a customer, and kind of, oh yes, well, we're not in the building, but I suppose I should welcome you to the Weeping Skeleton. You said you're in the market for bones?
Yes, I need some for a ritual. We're actually on our way somewhere, but I just wanted to know if I could come back and procure some materials from you.
Well, you've come to the right place. The Weeping Skeleton is exactly what you need. We offer funeral services here, and for those who would like a discount or would like to be recycled, they allow us to harvest components from themselves. After death, of course. So yes, if bones is what you need, bones is what we can provide.
Perfect, thank you. I'll definitely be back.
Okay. And he turns back around, and you can tell after he goes back to talking to the goblins, it's like dropping the customer service voice. It's a little more gravelly, a little less drawn out. All right, get over there, get do this and get that. And the goblins are having a little bit of trouble trying to lift up the body back onto the stretcher.
I would just like to say that as Gabby the player, I thought that was going to be the most difficult component to get out of my list, but I'm very happy that it is not the case.
Okay. So if everybody is moving past them, then you continue down the streets of the Cretes and get to back to the North Roads. And as you do, the dusty, sandy kind of wind that's being kicked up is almost better here right away. Part of it is that there's bigger buildings here, that they're a little more well built, and so even just having that to block the wind and the sand helps, and you feel a little bit more comfortable just stepping into another neighborhood because the wind is not affecting you so much. You don't have that graininess that's kind of getting into your clothes and getting everywhere. But as you're in the North Roads, you make your way back to the Aurora Hold. You climb the few steps that are in front and go up to the door. The doors themselves are kind of out front. They seem to be cracked just a little bit. Seems like an open entrance to this front area. You can kind of peek in and see that there's a room that is just on the other side.
I kind of like let Winnie and Acacia go first, and just like.
Acacia's gonna kind of look to Winnie to be like the kind of like eye connection of like, do you want me to lead in on this, or
Yeah, after you.
she's gonna kind of step in and look for probably the most official looking person that she can.
Okay, so you you have to push the door open just a little bit, and it gives a loud kind of groan as you get it enough for you all to walk in. Now, is just Acacia going in, or is everybody going in at this point?
Winnie will follow, but Winnie's just keeping a low profile.
Okay.
And I'll go in the back with the prisoners.
Okay, got it. So you walk into this initial chamber, and you have this sense of this calming blue-purple light coming through from the other side of the stained glass windows, and it feels just very warm and welcoming. You don't see any desk or anything of that nature, but there are a set of comfortable chairs that are very ornate, very well made. They seem to have almost an elven-like design and seem to match the architecture of the Aurora Hold, much nicer than most of the furniture in the city. But you do see that in this initial chamber, there are two doors, one to the right, one to the left, and each has a bell beside it.
Acacia's gonna not seeing anybody, just kind of ring the bell.
Okay, which one?
So how many bells were there again?
There were two. There was two doors, and each one had a bell, kind of like a rope to pull to ring a bell. Yeah.
We'll go with the one on whichever one is to my right.
To your right. Okay, got it. So you pull the rope. You wait a few moments, and hear as this door opens, and a human male walks out. He has long black hair, kind of down to a ponytail, and it's kind of got some ornate braids that are going through it. He has long purple robes, and he steps out. Yes, what can I do for you?
Hi. We're sorry. You're the first human I've seen in a bit. Sorry, I'm just. And she sort of like stiffens up, like she's like, all right, cool, time to be official. And she's like, we're the group that was sent out to investigate the whole in the Keats, and we've returned with some information and prisoners.
And at this point, he kind of looks over and looks at the three of you and looks at the two lizard folk. Yes, well, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to find somebody who does, I suppose.
Oh God, what was his name?
So I'll just kind of like poke around the back and
name
be
of
like,
the-
some uppity elf sent us on an errand.
I'm trying to remember what his name was because
Varlas. Yeah, Varlas.
My notes legitimately say uppity elf sent us on an errand.
what was his name?
Varlas. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Winnie knows who it is. It's Verla.
And that's it's
the notes because I was trying to get my notebook out and get the notes down when you were calling out his name. Like, oh, no.
yeah, Verlas Oleos. It's spelled Vhurlas. Oleos Olios.
Okay. Yes. Pardon my compatriot. We're Verlas sent us out. Just either speak with him or somebody. Either he reports to or someone who reports under him. I think the situation is a lot more dire than he originally considered.
Ah, yes, that uppity elf. Give me a few moments. I'll see if I can retrieve him.
Question, like, this is the first, like, human that, like, Acacia's seen in a minute. Like, I don't mean to, like, pick up on tone, but, like, does he seem like he is, I don't want to say, like, in his right mind, but is he, like, does he carry the sort of, like, energy of, like, being a thrall? Or does he seem like he has some level of, like, something here?
Sure. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
8.
8. Hard to tell. It's definitely somebody stoic, but because it's been a while for you to have seen somebody who is human and this cleaned up, not noble level necessarily, but very ornate robes, seemingly official or ceremonial at least. You can't. It's hard to tell though. Yeah, hard to tell.
Can I get a read on him, how he reacted when he figured out what uppity elf I was talking about?
Sure, yeah. Go ahead and roll an insight check. Also, it won't be a more difficult DC because this is a different check on a different thing.
13.
13. He didn't seem like he was the best fan or the biggest fan of Verlas. It was almost said with a bit of a patronizing tone, but you're not like you pick up on that, but not much else besides that, like where it'd be coming from or anything like that.
Cool.
Okay. As he heads he closes the door and heads back in, you all hear the slash nash kind of going back and forth at each other for a moment. Probably about 20 minutes pass by. And is there anything you wanted to do in that 20 minutes?
I was going to say, like, while they're talking, is there anything that they are saying or repeating that Acacia's picked up on? While I don't understand the language, like, are there any, like, certain words that are, like, reoccurring that Acacia can kind of, like, communicate to Winnie and be like, hey, did you... is there anything that they're saying that you like that they're repeating now that you heard them say earlier. Like, kind of like, hey, while you understood the language, are they repeating anything that...
It's a little tough because the way they speak is very hissy. They're using a different kind of biological way of speaking with their mouth. It's more kind of less tones and sounds necessarily than a humanoid would, or I guess they're humanoid also, but that somebody more human would make. So I would say it's pretty tough to tell, and the problem with comprehend languages is you start to hear in that language. So it's not like you're hearing kind of underneath what you're comprehending the original language to. I would say between the two of you, if you want to roll either insight or just straight intelligence, that I'd kind of average out the roll on this one to see if you guys can make out some of the things they might be saying.
That's a 23 on insight for me.
Ooh, okay. And how about insight or intelligence for Winnie?
An 18 on just pure intelligence.
An 18. Okay, so that's pretty good. That is an average of higher than 20. So what I would say is there isn't like, it's not like you can translate the language they're speaking or anything like that, but almost like there's a type of it's like a hiss followed by a click, like a skah, that seems to be correlating to either dying or killing or death in some way. And then also I would say that you could pick up on and when they do a kind of a lower gosh, that's more of whole. So you can, if they say something that sounds like whole, you can kind of pick up on it. If they say something that's death, kill, attack, fight, it's kind of a, might be a mix of those things. You can pick up on those. So a little bit.
Level of aggression and also like still kind of like circling their attention around the whole.
I would say that the whole doesn't get mentioned once they're in here, but more of, it almost seems like maybe they're asking questions of each other about their it seems to be that they're talking in there about death. It's really hard to make out, but it doesn't seem to be based. Doesn't seem to be based around the whole though.
If they got cyanide capsules in their tooths, got it.
I would like to go sit in one of the fancy couches and put my dirty, dung-infested feet on it and make myself a cup of tea and drink it.
Okay, got it. Able to do so in the 20 minutes. Okay, got it. Was there anything that Winnie wanted to be doing in that time?
She could ritually cast comprehend languages in the 20 minutes. I don't know if
Just 20 minutes, sure.
Get her anywhere.
Yeah, if you wanted to do that, it's a ritual cast, so you'd have the time to sit down and do that.
And that would give her a little bit. I doubt they're saying anything that useful, but
Sure, yeah, and it could be that you and Acacia were kind of trying to get an idea of what they were saying, and after hearing that, you thought it was important to maybe hear exactly what they're saying. So you run your ritual again, and the first thing that you hear, probably about 2 minutes after you finish the ritual, the taller one says, "Stay steadfast. Death comes soon for us, brother. The pale ones will not let us live."
yeah. Well, yeah. Acacia had it right. Yeah. Winnie's just gonna start drinking from the flask she filled with the at the barrel.
And then the small one says, as our ancient master says, death before dishonor.
When you have any insight into who the ancient master might be?
I would say it's probably too little to go off of. It could mean a lot of things, and that's a tough one.
Well, I'll sort of take Acacia and Maria aside and let them know what's going on. But I think that's above our pay grade. I think the elves will probably be able to extract information from them.
Okay. So about 20 minutes pass, and the familiar form of Verlas comes out of the left door and pops his head out and kind of walks into the room and sees Uria with her feet on the very nice, very ornate seat. And it's not like an extremely loud sigh, but you do pick up just a well, you all are back very soon. And with lizards tied up. It seems you have been hopefully successful. Please explain yourselves.
So, when we arrived in the Keats, we found that the rumors about the hole were true. There is a hole, and they've sort of set up a makeshift barricade. Around the time that we found the hole, these two, as well as some of their other companions, were trying to burn down the homes that were around the hole, and there were townsfolk fleeing. We managed to capture these two, but I don't think that they speak in a common tongue. Winnie's only been able to understand them through magic, but we haven't been able to communicate with them. I'm concerned that this might be bigger than what you guys may be giving it credit for. The hole is so deep that Uria can't even see into it, and even with magic that she had, neither myself nor Winnie could see. It seems endless. Something has to be done here.
And are you sure that this was not just a cavern made by one of the purple worms? Maybe one who escaped and burrowed down into the ground, as they do?
I'll be honest with you. I've never personally laid eyes on the burrow of one of these worms, but the hole didn't seem natural. It was smooth, like it was carved, and like I said, it was nearly endless in depth, and at least what Winnie's been able to gather from what she can understand, they've said something about other individuals getting in, finding out if they were successful in getting in, and something about an ancient one. And while I don't claim to understand what they mean, as someone who considers themselves to be quite devout, the term Ancient One isn't thrown around lightly. And at this point, Acacia is starting to become I don't want to say aggressive, but very steadfast in what she's saying. Her body language is starting to be more direct. She's kind of lost that like air of like that lack of confidence and starting to be like, no, something like this is big. Like she's trying to really express a level of concern about the scale of this.
While Acacia is talking, can I just sit there observing this uppity elf, whose name I refuse to remember?
Sure. Acacia, go ahead and roll a persuasion check, and go ahead and do it with advantage because you, as a group, evidence in the form of 2 lizard folk.
Let's say 23.
Oh!
It's a 19 plus.
It's nice to get some of the bad rolls out of the way at the beginning.
Exactly.
You see for probably the first time Varlos's face soften, not necessarily not getting rid of that stoicism, but soften towards the group and kind of he looks down at his papers and back up at the 3 of you and then at the 2 lizard folk. Damn it. I don't know that we have the capacity to deal with this right now. Things are a bit tumultuous. We will take in these lizard folk, and we will... How do I put this? We will see what we can do to extract any information from them about what they are here for. It's not common to see their kind here in the cities of the dynasty. This whole... I hope that it is nothing more than these lizard folk attempting something nefarious and that there's nothing more to it.
There should be some kind of... there has to be members of the Aurora Watch that can go and patrol the Keats to, if nothing else, ensure that nothing else comes out of or goes into this hole. The people who live in the Keats are part of this. They're part of Asarius, and they deserve to be treated with the same level of dignity as everyone who lives up here on the North Roads. Because if this issue is not treated with the level of severity that it deserves, it will be in the North Roads. And at that point, it won't matter how many hands you have. I've heard stories of beings that were ignored because they affected the people at the bottom of the hill. Don't let this city or the people of the Keats become another story like that.
I'm gonna try to force his hand by being incredibly rude. I'm just gonna get up and go to Acacia and just like give this uppity elf the most disdainful look I can and just say, let's go. We'll deal with it ourselves. They clearly don't care.
The good cop, bad cop, let's go.
He goes, wait, that's not necessary. I appreciate that you have brought this information to us. After all, it is what was asked of you. I don't want there to be anything more. But if there is, then yes, it does need to be investigated. I will shift members of the watch to patrol the creeks. I cannot promise it will be a sizable presence, but I will make sure that in the areas that you say this hole is, that they are guarded. Now, as your friend Uria here says, maybe having you all take a look and seeing if you could figure out more would be a favorable situation here. I wouldn't want to send any members of the Watch down this hole, but if we could provide a method of rappelling down, then Oleos has a vested interest in making sure, especially given the arrival of the Sky Sibyl next week, who's a goblin herself, that this is taken care of.
With my, back to the elf, I just look at Acacia with this, I told you so face.
Acacia sort of, looks back with this, this eye lock of, I don't know how you did that, but thanks? Heavy emphasis on the question mark of the thanks.
Okay, got it. Verlas, I keep exchanging those vowels. Verlas, you see him kind of reach up to his head for a moment, and this silver glow kind of goes over his eyes, and you see him mutter a few words under his breath. And quite quickly, through the doors that you entered into the Aurora Hold, after maybe about 15-20 seconds, there are 3 Aurora Watch members, 2 drow, 1 half-orc, who come in and start to put manacles onto the lizard folk and start to get ready to take them away.
Can I go up to the half-orc and ask him in Orcish what you gonna do with them?
He responds back in Orcish, whatever Den Oleos demands of us.
They're probably gonna try to kill themselves before you get to it. And I just walk away.
And you hear him as they leave, kind of give an order to the 2 drow. Search them very thoroughly. And they start to take them out. As they do, they're kind of patting them down. And Varlis, still there after the lizard folk are taken away, says, well, as promised, pulls out a coin pouch and throws it over. 60 gold pieces for the 3 of you for successfully determining if this was something that warranted attention. And although I regret that it does, I will make sure this is handled so that it does not make its way in front of Lady Oleos. She's busy enough as it is. I will also do my best to see if there is other help that I can find for you. I cannot offer it myself or on behalf of Den Oleos, but I will see if there are others in Asarius who are able to join your group if you decide to make your way down the hole.
Any bit of help is helpful, I guess. As many bodies as we can have. And then some form of gear for getting down into the hole. Like I said, I mean, I don't know how far Uria helped us see, but it's deep.
Far enough that if the floor is right where my vision ends, we'd all be dead. If we jump down.
Just kind of looks and just like...
And getting down is one thing, getting back up is another.
Yeah.
Well, The Drow here in the Dynasty are very adept at navigating underground cave systems and tunnels. I will make sure that, along with the Aurora Watch that is sent to the Cretes, that there is sufficient equipment that will allow for your safe descent and ascent once you're done.
Okay.
Thank you, Verlis, and I just hope that the people in the Cretes don't fall on deaf ears.
Well, for the time it has fallen on my ears, and I will offer as much as I can. If nothing else, even though we don't have all the bodies that we need to get everything done in time, we do have resources. More gold will be offered, as well as favor with Denolios. For tonight, if you decide to rest and go in tomorrow, we can offer free room, board, free food at the nearest tavern to the Aurora Hold, the Wise Spider. And he pulls out of his pocket it's kind of like a coin, except some of it is carved out. And it's got some kind of ornate runes around the edge. It's like circular, and it's got some ornate runes around the edge. And in the center is it's kind of it's like a bat, but it's not made to look realistic. It's kind of very like made into a symbol, like a kind of just an ornate pattern that's in the shape of a bat. And he hands it over. And he says, "You may hand that over to them. Tell them that you are to stay on behalf of Denolios, and that all costs will be reimbursed."
Thank you so much, and we'll do what we can to help.
It is much appreciated. Perhaps together we can solve whatever this is before it becomes a real issue.
Big eye roll it together. Just
I'm gonna turn back to Winnie and Iria, and just sort of like with my back turned to Verlis, just kind of do the the eyes of like excited, like, haha, we did it. Let's see. Well, do we want to go? Do we want to go to the Wise Spider, or do you guys have anything else that you want to do? I know, Winnie, you probably live here, but I don't know, maybe a night in the inn is always nice, even if you live in the same town.
Yeah, I wonder how many people that's good for. I have a lot of friends.
I mean, maybe we can find, like she says, Acacia's really quiet, just like, well, maybe we can find out.
yeah. Can we just get out of this? Rich people give me the itches.
That's fair. Alright. I guess we're gonna head out into the North Roads and
Okay.
Do we want to go to the Wise Spider, or do you want to round up a couple friends first?
I don't know. I think Winnie would be actually afraid to do that. Word might get back, and there might be consequences.
That's fair.
Okay.
I'm kind of interested in this Luxon thing. Like I said, I'm still new to the area, but I'm interested to know if it's, if they consider it to be like a light. Like I said, maybe it's like the Everlight, or maybe that's a connection, or who knows? Maybe it's just something new to learn.
As we get out, I just stop and kind of like turn to Akeisha. I'm not a bad person. I just don't trust governments and systems. Where I come from, we don't have them. And we do pretty well for ourselves.
I don't think you're a bad person at all, and I think everybody has mistrust for some place in the world. I just, like I said, I try to see the good in everybody, and just, I try my best not to lump everybody in. And while I've absolutely had my own experiences with people in power and how that kind of affects down, I guess that's why I try to use what power the Everlight's given me to make some change. And maybe if the people in power won't do it, then it's up to people like us to do it for them.
Yeah. I guess we just see the same side of the coin in different ways.
That's okay. Maybe we'll both learn from each other. It's only day one, and who knows where the Everlight leads from here. This we might not travel together forever, but for now the three of us are together, and we're all going to learn from each other. And if we part ways, then we part ways with something new, and maybe a new, not a whole new outlook, but maybe just a piece of a different outlook.
All right.
And I think this is the first step to a good friendship.
Vinny, are we friends?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think she's like directly yelling that across
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah.
Of course we're friends.
Awesome.
I mean, I haven't had to fight a bunch of lizards before and not come out the other side making friends. I mean, you kind of have to be close to people emotionally, I guess, when you're in situations like that. So nothing built as somebody who I look up to very much in my temple has said to me before, nothing builds friendships like trauma.
Oh, that sounds terrible. What happened to you?
It hasn't happened to me, but I know she's been through a lot, and the people that she used to adventure with, they went through a lot, and they were kind of thrown together into the world. And I guess it's a funny way to look at things, is that, even though things get dark and scary sometimes, and sometimes you're in over your head, and sometimes you're fighting a bunch of lizards who are trying to burn down people's houses around a big hole, but that kind of stuff is what starts friendships. And it's been a while since I've been around people that stick around, I guess. I've been traveling for a while and just kind of bouncing, and something's different here, and I hope you guys stick around for a little while is all.
I'm here until the tides told me to go somewhere else.
Oh,
Well, I live here. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, do we want to go get some rest and food, or do you guys want to come with me so I can buy some dead people parts?
I think I'll pass on the dead people parts, but I might go into town and see if there's there's a couple things that I need. So maybe we'll all just meet back at the Wise Spider in, we'll say, a couple hours from now, and
Or we can all go together and you just stay outside while I buy my dead people parts.
I don't know.
You're gonna have to sleep in the same building with them anyway.
I was trying to not think about that. I was trying to put it out of my mind.
Does your did you call it a temple?
Yeah, it's the Temple of Renewal in Vasselheim.
Do you guys not use like bones and things like that in your rituals?
I mean, I really didn't get close to a lot of the rituals. I'm still pretty new. Like I said, I kind of came in and started learning about the Everlight, and then one of the priests that were higher up in the temple kind of felt like, I guess they felt like my understanding of the Everlight was kind of wavering, so they said that I needed something bigger and something to kind of either show me the sign that the Everlight was watching or not. But I really didn't get involved with a lot of the rituals and stuff like that, so I don't know if they use bones and stuff, but I would assume they're probably not freshly harvested. I hate using that word. I hate saying harvested. It sounds morbid, and there's some other things that I kind of want to go out and see if I can get my hands on, especially with delving into a forever deep hole into a void.
Yeah.
You know? So you go get your dead people parts, and I'm gonna see if I can get some other stuff for us, and I don't know, when you get an overnight bag, I guess, because you're staying at an inn instead of your house.
Slumber party!
You can go get started at the end if you give me the coin. Because I guess Winnie's never done this before either. She's never seen that token.
Yeah, if you wanna go get us the room, that's a great idea. And I'm gonna hand the coin over to Winnie, and just, yeah, if you want to go do that, go for it. And we'll meet up with you in a couple hours.
Okay. Winnie goes to the inn with the coin and lets them know that we need 3 rooms. And what is it? So what's the situation? Is it a buffet? Is it a la carte?
So as you all kind of leave, go down the steps of the Aurora Hold and move into the different parts of the city to go do your various things that you want to accomplish. Winnie, you go not very far away. This is only a few blocks away to the Wise Spider. And it is a larger building. It is 4 stories, and it looks pretty wide. You can tell that the top 2 stories, just looking at it, have been built more recently than the bottom 2 stories. Like, it's probably expanded recently. But you walk in to this kind of a large ornate door, purple door, and you walk into this very nice setting. As you walk in, I would say it's probably 70-75% drow. And as you, a bugbear from the Creets, walk in, they kind of turn their eyes a little bit and take a look. Nobody says anything or sneers or anything, but they definitely, throw some looks your way. And it is a very, it's kind of like, in terms of the way it's arranged and set up, almost has a very typical tavern feel to it, but everything's nice. You've got really, really, like silk tablecloths on the tables. There's a tavern, or excuse me, there's a bar on the right side that extends out from the wall and wraps all the way around with what looks like very nice, wines and liquors and just a whole
a whole set of shelves with just really nice booze on them. When you walk in, you smell very nice smells, meats and just like those aromatic scents of onions and garlic and mushrooms and things that you wouldn't normally smell down in the creeks where they're mostly eating, tubers, potatoes, cheap crocodile meat versus some of the things that you smell in here. But besides the tavern, you do see that there is a stairway that goes up, probably in the back corner area of the room. And right in front of that is what looks to be almost like a kind of a front desk situation. And there is a younger presenting female drow who was there. She's wearing, excuse me, all black clothing. It's looks like some ornate robes. She has her hair down, flowing over her back, and is one of the people who, when you look over to her, smiles and has a what seems to be a genuine look of politeness and courtesy on her face.
Right, so Winnie will approach her and show the coin. Say, what's this good for? We have 3 in our party.
She goes, yes, from Den Oleos, then. This entitles you to whatever you would like, room, food, drink here at the tavern, and she gestures over to the bar. On the bill of Den Oleos, you must have some great favor with them to be here.
Well, we did do quite a favor today. So there's 3 of us, so we'll want 3 rooms. And I guess we'll want baths eventually. But in the meantime, can I get one of everything on the menu? And I need to run some errands, so can I get that to go?
Her eyes go.
A couple bottles of wine, too.
And she looks at the coin and looks at you and looks at the coin and looks at you.
When he starts smiling, the big bugbear grin full of nose.
That can be arranged, yes, and almost with a little bit of like a strained smile, like, yes, that can be arranged. Well, I will set 3 rooms aside for the 3 of you, and I will let the cooks know to get started right away. And she heads off to the back, and it's actually fairly quick how fast some of the food starts coming out, and it's brought out in... there actually are like these wooden boxes that have almost like a little bit of insulation to them that have these really nice meals in them. And so the first thing is brought out is this almost like appetizer, and there's this cook who comes out, and the cook is also drow, but with like short hair and pretty kind of a bigger build for a drow especially. And they come out and they're telling you the name of each of these dishes. The first one they bring out, yes, this is the mint nut cheese. And he brings out this like a spreadable goat cheese flavored with fresh mint, and you see that there's some oat wafers with it. Another 5 minutes, this is the chicken hand wrap, and you see and added into the insulated box strips of stewed chicken, onions, and fresh herbs wrapped in a thin, crispy pastry. Comes out again another 10 minutes later, Gamal's special, and it's flattened discs of creamy baked cheese served with flatbread and chickpeas. And then finally, for the main courses, brings out, this is the barn bake, and it's a dense brown bread stuffed with peppers, shredded cabbage, pieces of chicken, lamb, beef, or smoked fish. There's no crocodile in sight here. And then starts bringing out bottles of wine. The Bove d'An Sarasé. It's a medium yellow wine with a complex aroma of cream and ripe apples, with a subtle flavor of red berries and toasted bread. Brings out another. This is the Snowshod Mulberry Mead. It's a heavy, semi-sweet mead with a lively feel that enhances the lemon zest, white peach thyme, and mulberry notes. The mead is prepared using an ancient recipe passed down by the barbarian tribes of the north. They're harvested only and used when frost comes over.
Down in her book. Making
What's
very simple notes when he's writing it all down.
Okay, got it. Got it. And then finally, after bringing out the next thing is it's almost like a mini keg. There's like no bottles for it, but it says this is the Wind and Wolf. It's our ale that we serve here, a light yellow pour with a pearly white foam, aromas of warm yeast and floral notes that are welcoming. It's a crisp brew that tastes earthy and herbal with notes of lemon zest and carries the mineral-heavy tinge of water taken from the nearby river. And then finally brings out, this is like probably the least ornate of all of the bottles brought out, but it is still got a nice label on it. And finally some white leaf whiskey. Only 10 barrels of this are made each year, and despite its unassuming look, it is quite good. Contrasted with rich aromas of sugared pecans, char, dried red fruit, oak, and the subtle bite of tobacco, the spirit drinks as smoothly as fruit juice and hands over a bottle.
Oh, no dessert?
Well, and he looks around. Right. Maybe another 15 minutes later. Yes, I've got a bundle of sweet rolls for you. They've got a cinnamon sugar frosting and are baked with butter and inlaid with goat cheese as well. And kind of hands them over.
Oh, thank you. Oh, well, thank you so much. And I'll let you know my review in the morning.
And you see his face stays like very still, except for his eyes twitch.
Is this something that Winnie can carry?
What's that?
Is this something that Winnie can carry, or is it too much?
I would say like it's a pretty big box with all the food and bottles they're giving it. It'd be tough to carry around, but yeah, Winnie's a bugbear. Winnie can definitely do it.
Yeah, or she'll ritually cast Tensor's floating disc if she can.
Yes. Okay. Got it. I would say you can carry it. Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
And she beelines it for home.
Okay. Oh, for home. Okay. Got it. All right. As Winnie heads back to the Cretes, the neighborhood of Asarius where the commotion happened today, the news of this new hole, the fighting off of the lizard folk, Acacia heads off into the city to see what is out there for her to explore and to find before taking a night's rest at the White Spider. And Uria travels to the Weeping Skeleton, the apothecary and funeral services shop to find some very unique spell components. That's where we're going to end the session for the day.
Yay!
All right. So for all those watching on Twitch or watching the VOD afterwards on Twitch or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. If you want to join in, we've got some open spots in this game in particular. So if you want to join in on Sanctums and Spies, you can find information on startplaying.games about how to sign up and what the details are for this campaign. But we will be, this is the first one, but we will be Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific time. And we'll go from there. But it's already looking like it's going to be a great campaign with a lot of really fun players. So encourage you to take a look. And with that, that'll be it. Thanks for tuning in.